Hailstones in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag, open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming. ground shakes to the sound of the beating drum. It's high stakes, don't get caught in the hailstorm. We're coming for you. The storm breaks, but we keep it moving on. So ride the wave, we're the kings of a new dawn.
Hey guys, and welcome to the ESL Pro League Season 19 NC European Qualifier. There are 6 teams vying for 1 spot. It's going to be very, very competitive. I think we've got at least 4 days of competition, and we're starting here with the best of ones. But before we get into the action, my name is Freddie or Renner, and I am joined by Sam or Nauri, and I know I always butchered that, but how are you doing today?
You got it spot on, Freddie. Proud of you. Well done.
I did it this time.
I'm really looking forward to today's matches, right? First broadcast of 2024. And honestly, I can't really think of a better way to kick things off. These are teams that are scrapping to get themselves a spot at the Pro League. This is where it all begins. And I'm looking forward to seeing which team is going to come out on top.
Yeah, and I guess happy New Year's and happy Christmas to everyone, because it's the first broadcast for all of us. So I hope everyone is enjoying the new year, and we can take a look at the groups and the standings. As much as I would love it, Viperio are not 5-0. This is the first day, so these are the teams. It's everyone's 0-0 right now. And as I said, it's best of one. So there's 6 teams. It's a round robin. Everyone will play each other once, and then the top 4 will go through to a best of 3 playoffs, and then it's just semi-finals, grand finals, and then whoever wins that will advance through to Pro League for ESL for season 19, which is, I think, for a lot of these teams, potentially the biggest tournament they'll be playing for the start of the year. And I think for these guys, this is what they've been focusing on a lot. And we can go take a look at the bracket and take a look at what games we'll be seeing today.
So obviously we're going to be kicking things off with Viperio. Okay. Viperio versus Para is going to be our first game today. And then we'll be heading on over to a few other games as well later on. But we'll jump into that. Here we go. Here's our schedule right in front of you. We've got Viperio Para right at the bottom. But that is going to be our first one. A little bit later on, we'll be checking out Guild Eagles. They're going to be playing Para, I believe. This one doesn't look quite right for our stream either, but don't worry about it. We've got some really great Counter-Strike coming up today. So you know what? No matter who's playing, you should be watching.
Yeah, okay, so let's take just a jump into then potentially the first game we have. I think you've already mentioned it. It's Viperio versus Para. Yeah, so Viperio, the team from the UK, that's actually not a UK team anymore. It's a international roster. They made some changes at the latter end of last year, bringing in Pandito and Mango from Denmark and Czech Republic, respectively. And Para, who have also technically kind of gone international. They were known for being the Hungarian team, full 5 Hungarian players, but they've actually changed up a little bit and brought in DGL and Poya from Russia and Poland. So they are no longer just a pure national team, and I think that's also really interesting to look at.
Yeah, I think that another big one for Para as well, like if you aren't as familiar, obviously there's been quite a long off season, but prior to this, the core of the roster were known as Rubik, and even before that, going a little bit further back into last year, they were playing for Domination. So you might see some familiar names and go, hang on, that's not the team they were playing for, but this is where they are at now, and obviously a couple of changes here and there, rounding out their roster and trying to perfect exactly how they're going to be taking on this 2024 season. Very, very exciting. And as you say, no longer a purely Hungarian roster, have taken a bit more of an international approach. We've got 2 teams that have kind of stepped out of their country comfort zone, I suppose, and brought on some international talent. And I, for one, am a big fan of international teams. I know that it takes away a little bit of that like hometown pride or whatever, but I think that you have a much wider pool of talent that you can dig into. And a really great example of that, right, is Mango, who has just joined Viperio, who is a phenomenal AWPer, and I think that he's really going to elevate the team. And he's not from the UK. Sorry, guys. He's from Denmark.
Yeah, I guess it's and this is gonna pain me to say this, but you are pretty much completely correct. Like the reason why Viperio have gone international was the lack of people they could source nationally. Like they dropped Ifan because realistically he was a very easy fix for Ducky. He was playing the anchor roles and he wasn't actually an anchor. You know, like he was entry fragging and he was anchoring. He wasn't either of those players. So he was an easy fix. And look, they did really well. The reason why they're here is potentially because of Ifan on the stage. He brought a lot of experience to some of these younger players, but when they're looking at the wider range of things, they had to go, okay, so he has to be replaced, but there's just no one there's just no one from the UK that we can look to replace him. And so they were looking internationally, and what's interesting as well, they could have gone Danish, because they have Zodi and Mango, but they also didn't see a reason to go 3 Danish and go and go for core Denmark. They realized that Pandito was so good and that they didn't need to try and force a national team, and I think that pretty much speaks into what you were saying, Sam. Like they wanted to play 3 UK, they wanted to play 3 Danish, but there was just no point in doing so.
Yeah, you don't want to force the issue. And I mean, on top of that, Viperio have had a bit of a rocky end of 2023 / beginning of 2024. For the last month or so, things have been a lot better, though. They've kind of finalized their roster. They've been cracking, looking good, but they did have their ups and downs. You mentioned it, right? They dropped iFan, and then shortly thereafter, they lost Awakens. So they had to get a replacement in for that while playing a LAN as well. Coach had to sub in. Like, it was really rocky. And despite that, they've still managed to get some pretty decent results across the board. They still won ESL Prem, and they're able to play here today and fight out for their spot at the EPL. So very, very exciting. And I love seeing that teams can be so tenacious and really like dig their heels in and keep trying, keep working towards that grand goal of finding themselves up on the, I suppose this is kind of an international stage, but a much bigger international stage, a place where you can have the crowd cheering your name and wishing for you to succeed. For Para, on the other hand, kind of similar vibes, but have had a lot more time to stabilize, to get themselves coordinated as a 5-stack and prepare themselves for this. Obviously, a lot of that takes place over the December season, and for a lot of people, that is like a holiday season. It's a time where you spending time with your family, you're taking a break, you're not, putting in as many hours as you would be otherwise. So they definitely, I feel, have the advantage of the extra month, not just because it's an extra month, but because the December season tends to be a little less prac heavy.
Yeah, and I guess speaking of like roster changes, they've also had a lot, and they also had some issues. So that same like idea of issues of rosters. But yeah, as we said, they moved away from a Hungarian 5, and I think that could also play into the same reason as like, look, they potentially might have wanted to, but there was no one they could source from infield. And that's why they brought in DGL from Poland and Poyo from Russia. But DGL also was like a struggle. They were struggling to find Orpus for a while. And I think DGL leaving Gen 1 a little bit prematurely actually played into their hands quite nicely, because as soon as they've picked up both of these players, they've had really good success. Like their stats as well. Like these two so far, while they've been playing on Pera, have been really good. And I think that basically just points towards why they're now playing in the RMR. If anyone doesn't realize, they actually just recently qualified for the European RMR. It wasn't the easiest of journeys, don't get me wrong. They didn't like smooth sail towards those RMRs. It was definitely a little bit difficult, and they had to go through like the last chance qualifiers and stuff, but they still got there. And I think Pera, they've had some really good success recently. Now the cherry on the top would actually be making Pro League. But here we are. It is the first best of one of the day. These are grueling. They can go anywhere. It's starting on Ancient, Viperio on the T side, Pera Esports on the CT side.
And we had a lot of questions about what map we were going to eventually go to. And I'd kind of mentioned, oh, well, Pera, they've got a really good track record on Ancient, and they've been playing it a lot. So maybe this is where they lean. But Viperio themselves also quite like this map. You had spoken with the coach a bit earlier on, and they said, well, this is definitely something they might want to lean into. So looking forward to seeing how they clash here, as it looks like it's going to be a full-on execute in towards the A site. Flashes out, but instantly Pera with a beautiful hold here. Just 2 of them holding the line. Now there's only 2 players left for Viperio.
I mean, what a hold from Pera. They had, what, only 2 players towards the bomb site, but it does really well. And Zodi, who was trying to torment them towards middle, yes, he did get one, and that was their only kill, actually. But he gets shut down by the rotators. And yeah, just Pandito all by himself. There's really not too much to say about that pistol round. And I think that is basically just pistol rounds in general. If you go towards a bomb site where there's a nice setup already, and you have one single flashbang that isn't super effective, it doesn't blind the individuals, they still can enable their crossfire, then there's not much you can do, really. And well, you'd love to sit here and say that with 35 seconds and a 1 versus 4, Pandito has a chance, but this should be a Pera first round.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's lost bomb as well just makes it that much more improbable. I mean, we've seen some crazier things happen, but maybe not today. They know exactly where he is. Information gain. Shots fired. Pandito, good for one. He'll take that little bit of extra, picks up bomb, and is instantly shut down. Exactly to be expected. Unfortunate for Viperia, do a little bit of damage, but with it being a pistol round, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Now we head into the second round, and this is a tough spot for Viperia to be in because no bomb plant, which means very, very limited cash available. Honestly, I'm looking for a full save here. Maybe, there you go, one piece of util. And aside from that, look towards round 3.
Yeah, I mean, Pandito can drop that. He got some extra kills. Especially with MR12, I think these pistol rounds, that they're important, have been accentuated a lot. And that's why you maybe don't see as much of these crazy second round buys if you don't get the bomb down. Like, Viper needs to be getting as many gun rounds as possible. And this is, these pistol rounds, a lot of importance. And Para off to a pretty good start. Now it's just about, can these MP9s churn up these kills? And it seems like that's exactly what's going to happen. They're not going to lose a single member. And, well, nicely done from the Hungarian core.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a slightly telegraphed play. You'll probably find Viperia expected something like that, particularly once that deep smoke came out. But what can you do? You know, you're on these tiny little pistols. The MP9s are ready to farm you. Use that smoke to get right up close and personal. And as they try to move through the smoke, it is just an absolute spray down. This is where the real test comes in. Remember, folks, we did mention it, best of one. So cannot afford to make a huge slip up here. It is a round robin, so there will be a chance to redeem yourself. You want to get up onto a good foot if you can.
Yeah, I mean, also, there's 6 teams. Top 4 make it through the playoffs. So losing one game is not the end of the world. I think that's definitely something we want to say. But right now, first gun round. Utility is not exactly 100% for Viperia. And you can see they're already making Para a little bit uncomfortable in middle with MMS chaining Molotovs towards Shelf. And also 3 players over on that B-bomb site targeting towards Shelf. So as soon as Camion pokes up his head, that's a great first frag for Viperia.
A nice little bit of aggression off the back of that. Now things slow down a little bit, and I like this. Now you try and go for a little bit of an information stop. There is a very good idea of where Viperio are, but they could rotate out. Para do not have all the information that they could have. Instead, it's going to be a push out. Oh my goodness. Nice tucked into the corner, and a beautiful swing as well to net them to Viperio. The lead they had slowly slipping away in this round.
Yeah, that's really poor trade spacing. Zodi and Mango just stepping at each other's feet. They walk into an angle where they can get double swung. That's exactly what happened. Lovely from the MP9s. They both upgrade to AKs. And now, as you said, the man advantage in favor of Para. But Viperio still holding to their guard. Still looking to go towards this B-bomb site, and it has been read in. Flash in, Aaron, they're completely blind. That's the first. The information on the bomb. MSN charging them down, and even though Regan does actually snap and rock some heads, there's still one more player here, and Aaron's just going to tuck and hide. Waits for DGL. 5 seconds left. Regan, unfortunately, has to try and get the bomb down, but there's no time. And Para, they might kill him on time. Will he survive? Nope, that's huge. Regan has no money.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Para aren't losing 4 players because that was their bonus round.
Yeah, exactly.
So in the grand scheme of planning, you were going to rebuy. It would have been great if they could have walked away with those 2 free AKs. Sure, you'd love that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make the biggest difference at all. The AWP is on board here for DGL as well. So he's ready to make a statement. And unfortunately, Viperio, even with the economic advantage of being a T side, back down onto those pistols. One I
actually like that round for Viperio. It's just that really poor trade spacing, and they just walk into Para's hands. So I guess, to be fair, nice from Para in cave with the 2 MP9s. But yeah, that was really unfortunate by Viperio, and just a great timing of that flashbang towards ramp. But as you said, they've got 1 set of armor, a flash and a smoke, and they're about to be found out imminently. MSN opens up the kill feed, sprays them down, and you can see they all just swing. It's like 1, 2, 3 swing, and the majority of the team just churn them up. That is a very decisive and quick 4 rounds.
I'm having like a weird moment where I see that we've got an MSN and an MMS, and like the boomer in me is just freaking out because like MSN Messenger, but also MMSing. Like, multimedia,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, wow, my age is showing here. And that, of course, is going to cause a couple of tongue twisters later on. But
You got
for
this.
now,
You got this.
we'll try and stay on track. It can't be harder than my name.
Sorry, I love this from DGL. This is something a little bit different. He's putting Poya deep towards A. They haven't been tested here whatsoever, so Pera are feeling very confident that they can actually just take this space, and that's exactly what's happened. Now what's important is that they're going to have to move away from the A bomb site, because they've left mid very open. Camion's died here, so they've got this space towards Cave and A, but they need to actually do something with it, and I think Aaron's dead.
Oh. How is he still alive?
They haven't forced the issue. I guess that's just a bit of discipline, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know that you're still down. You do have a player advantage. You don't want to give that over like you did previously. And there you go. Porus's aggression does get checked and does get sat down. This is great patient play from Viperio. A lot of their players have been like they pick a site and then eventually they'll hit that full on. Now they take a bit more of a default. Get those couple of early kills. Get that early information. Now it looks like they're going to head back over towards A. Are going to need to be aware of DGL. He's in Donut. He's got the AWP. But they've got a lot of space to work with here.
They've also got a pretty much full set of utility. And Regan is going to be trying to sell the fake over towards the bomb site. And he's going to do it perfectly. Was very scared there, spamming
yeah,
just
same.
an arm. But no, that's a really big kill. Because look what it does. Well, I mean, I think Pera are actually going to save this. Yeah, so Pera are wanting to save this over towards the A bomb site, and that's exactly where Viperio are heading towards. DGL, just because he's here, is looking towards site, but luckily he gets smoked off. So I think crisis diverted. The Molotov is not going to affect Zodi, and that's going to be the round over. So Viperio, this time they actually get the man advantage at the start of the round, and they convert it without slipping up whatsoever.
I think you could emphasize the advantage of getting into a site, being able to block sight lines. Because planting on default, not planting in a predictable area, means those mollies don't get the value that you would have wanted. Would have been great to maybe deny the sight line, get a little bit of chip damage in. Hell, you know what? Maybe it even kills him. Who knows? But because you haven't planted in a predictable spot, you're now able to plant pretty safely, fan out, and try out these weapons. And it's Regan. Oh, he's going to find them. He's got to get them before DGL has a chance. It wasn't even DGL, but it's not, like you said, right? It's not the AWP. They don't manage to take that away. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it would have been so nice, especially if they could yoink it.
I mean, like, looking cynically, DGL still has money, so he still would have been able to buy up an AWP. But that is, I mean, regardless, I think, yeah, positive takeaway from that. What I do want to look at, though, is for Pera. So you have aggression towards Cave as like a standard for Aaron. You had two players aggressing towards A, and then Camion was showing a lot of his hand towards middle. I'm not a huge fan of that, and you can see that gives them like the opening kill Viperio. And I do understand that Viperio haven't tested mid whatsoever, but we've played, there was only 4 rounds played and 1 gun round, so you can't really say, oh, Viperio, they're not going towards mid because they haven't done it too often. There's only been 4 rounds. There's no precedent to look at. I think Camion needs to understand that if his teammates are aggressing on the extremities, that he needs to play his life, and maybe, if anything, actually start towards the A bomb site and actually go towards donuts early and instead of fighting from window.
Yeah, and I think that, like you said, so early on, you can't really draw proper readings just yet, because like Viperio, they were kind of heavily stacking towards sites. That was the first round they did a default. They might not do that again. They might do it again, but you don't know. So you really do need to be adaptable and fluid. However, it does look like it is going to be another default. Trying to gain a little bit of early space here, a little bit of early control. Poya with a bit of an off angle. Oh, that's cheeky. That's so cheeky.
Yeah, that was that fight last round. Poya peeked into Pandito, but this time Pandito peeks into Poya. And Pera, they get the advantage off it. This is the first time that Viperio have been playing in this 4 versus 5. Mango had a great opportunity there, but unfortunately can't convert.
A little bit of a util spam here as well. But nothing really playing off of it. No real space gained. No major results, just util though. And that's a huge advantage Viperio losing the last vestiges of that util that they had available. But no, they haven't cleared out anything.
Yeah, and the crossfire is still there. Cave fully under control of the Hungarian core. Two-man disadvantage. Bomb, it's going to attempt it to be planted, and they're actually going to get it down. MMS can catch off Poyer on the reload. All of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 3. MMS swings out, doubles down, and now Camion is all by himself. This was a 3 versus 5, and now Camion in a 1 versus 2 has spotted out the AWPer, had his opportunity, does miss it out, and Mango just has to play his life, cannot overextend, has to hold this because Regan has his crossfire. And with the bomb ticking down, Camion no kit. I think time is of the essence. He has put it into the 1 versus 1, but no, there's no time. He has to stick this defuse, and Regan, perfect spray. I don't understand how Viperio have won that.
Yeah, that was a really strange misplay, it felt like, from Para. They threw out every little bit of utility, Viperio, everything that they had, and they didn't actually follow up. The actual execute came quite late in that. Para was still holding their angles, still had their space, still had everything to hold the site. And it just completely slips away from them. Viperio, very dry, in fact, pushing in onto the site, but winning the duels. And it's such a herder thing to say. But MMS gets big. He gets 2 kills there, and it's everything they needed.
And this does swing the whole game completely as well, because if Para had won that, it would have been 5-2. Money probably wouldn't have been that great for Viperio. It would have maybe been like a 4-spy, and I think control would have still maintained for Para. But now we're looking at a 4-3. We're looking at 1 gun round to even it up, and this early stages of this game have completely turned away from being, okay, Para, good lead, to now it's anyone's game for this first half.
Yeah, and I think that this round definitely goes 100% to be expected. Tried a little bit of aggression, see if they could catch somebody off, but first couple of kills come through, and now it's Para. And they're going for this, right? It's pistols. There's nothing really to save. You want to try and get a couple of exits if you can. Regan's incredibly low. If they can get a good swing on this, yoink his weapon. No! Okay, I thought that the single swing one at a time was going to be their downfall. And Mango, this is just cheeky. Not even with the AWP pulls out the pistol. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You want to pad those stats. And unfortunately, Para not able to steal away a gun.
Sorry, I just want to highlight, Regan's having a very good game. He's had some really crucial kills, and he's someone that I think definitely gets slept on a little bit in this roster, but he's notorious in the UK scene for being a very hard shooter, and we've already seen him open up bomb sites. Like in that 3 versus 5, he got those kills towards Cave. He was the, yeah, MMS did really well towards Long, but Regan also did well to actually deal with the direct bomb site, and we found him doing quite well on the lurk and the extremities. So right now, Viperio, turning it around a little bit. Those nades could have done a lot of damage, but with 5 players towards the B bomb site, Viperio, this is no default. They've already got a target in mind, and that's towards B.
And the execute is going to come in pretty damn quickly here. Flash is already out on board, but again, Para, they're so good at holding down this site generally. Looks like Plant, oh, absolutely denied by DGL. Beautiful shot through the wall there. Now Mango, last player left alive. Good for 2? What was that? The quick gun change into a 2-tap. And now it's 1v1. Now it's still doable. Camion just plays a little bit of time here. Mango's getting aggressive with it. He's out of there.
If he goes towards A. He knows Camion's towards Cave, but Camion has also read this perfectly. Camion not going towards Donut. If he went towards Donut, he could have potentially denied the plant, and he will now, but it's a little bit too late. So Plant's going to go down. Mango knows Camion was towards Cave, but has no idea which way he's going to be coming. And his first, he's going to check towards CT, but as soon as he finds this is clear, he's going to be able to turn his attention back over towards the bomb side, and Camion, tapping the bomb, reveals his position. He has no kit. Mango sees that no one's on it, has to assume that Camion's close, and a wide swing and a missed AWP shot. A 1 versus 3, almost for Mango, almost showing the Brits how it's done, but no, Camion, huge 1 versus 1.
Honestly, great rotation from Camion.
Yeah,
he could have, if he had pushed through CT spawn, I think that goes a very, very different way. And unfortunately for Mango, you had to hit that shot. My mind, however, is still reeling at the AWP shot followed up by a Tech 9 shot in like quick succession. Like, what happened there? But fair enough. Sometimes you're just built diff. And unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough to secure them the round.
Yeah, they had 3 players starting there, and the smokes that Viperia used were, they didn't anticipate 3 players. They smoked really deep CT, and I don't think they realized that the AWP would be there for DGL, and that really put a thorn in their side. Unfortunately, a bad read from Viperia, and that works against them, but good damage in the end. However, speaking about damage, Head has been rocked straight off. The IGL has to watch from spectator mode now, as Para take a very good man advantage.
It's a good little bit of a fake over towards B, though. Para already feeling that pressure, but instantly reading that Viperio are not pushing. There's nothing else happening, and now they're going to instantly flood back to their original positions and make sure that they've got easier rotations. And they have so much space control here. It is absurd. No matter where Viperio go, Para are going to know all about it. And they've read into it that it's likely going to be this A hit, so holding down the sidelines, waiting for the push in. And we remember how that first pistol round went. It did not look good for Viperia.
That's a really good smoke, though, because that completely cuts off DGL and puts Poya in a bit of an uncomfortable position. He's going to try play around that smoke, but unfortunately does not get one. DGL rotating around towards Temple will claim his, though. So keeping the advantage, and DGL getting a little bit too confident, and that will be his bane. MMS straight through the smoke. Camion also trying to get a bit nifty with that. And now Viperia, once again, somehow have given themselves the advantage.
Great little bit of util usage there, right? Like, I kind of alluded to that first pistol round, but that was because all they really had was a flash. This time around, nice smokes to deny sight lines. Aaron, however, has something to say about it. 1 versus 1. Taps the bomb, waits for the peek, misses his opportunity. The wide swing doesn't connect. MMS playing the time so well here. Aaron has no kit and is forced to retreat. Beautiful from Viperio.
Okay, that was close. If Aaron had a kit, I think I would have believed. And MMS with the wide swing, oh my god, that was a bit scary there for a second. Luckily, I think Aaron had like 5 bullets left, so couldn't really commit to the swing. But what is Para doing? They had the advantage. I don't feel like DGL and Camion have to both push simultaneously from 2 different angles when the rest of their team isn't there yet. I can understand what they're doing. They're trying to put the pressure on, and maybe wait for the bomb to be tapped at least, or wait for it to be planted so you can then try and take a fight when they have got one player out of action. But Viperia, that is now, what, the second time that they've been able to convert a disadvantage on a bomb site. And if we're counting the Mango 1 versus 3, that's the 3rd time when Para have an advantage, they do let it slip. And we see it, they've got an eco, and we keep on seeing Para close to taking the lead and taking the step forward. But this is every single time.
No.
Oh, no, never mind. I was gonna say Para, you know, it's gonna be 5-5, but Poya has just pushed through A and has caught them with their pants down. He's got 2. He's picked up an AK. Oh, Sam, no way.
But at least Regan realizes the flank might come in. Good for 1, instantly traded out. However, he will get backed up, but Mango's not able to trade him. Now Mango's the last one left alive. What? How did it all go so wrong?
What? How? Sorry, okay, firstly, great for Poya, but what are Viperio doing? And Mango, none the wiser to long. That's an insane round from Poya. 4 kills going into it. And 2 kills going into it. Gets a wonderful 4K. And that completely changes everything. That changes the whole narrative.
And the absurdity.
What?
The real absurdity of it is that Viperia are playing it right.
Yeah.
On paper, they're expecting a pistol rush, or rather like a bit of aggression from the CT
middle,
side.
yeah.
Exactly. So they do the high-low. They wait for it. And then they just, both of them are looking at him and they both die.
They wanted to try. I think he caught them as they were getting off the boost to try and hold a main, but it was too late. He was already there. I don't think he even had armor. He just had a 5-7, and he just destroys them. Oh no, Viperio. There's 2 rounds left this half, and I don't think this one's looking too hot because they've just walked into the meat grinder towards middle. Regan all by himself, doesn't even pick up a single frag. 7-4, most undoubtedly looking like 8-4, and a really good end to this first half for the Hungarian team.
That's heartbreaking for Viperio, man. It
Yeah,
really looked like
massive.
it really looked like they were going to mount that comeback. They lose,
Yeah.
you know, 4 rounds. They start building up that momentum a little bit, and it's these small mistakes. And funnily enough, we were actually talking about Pera and the small mistakes they were making, the impatience, the, you know, not waiting, giving their team a chance to get into position. And funnily enough, it was that same quote-unquote impatience, that aggressive push out towards mid that swung things so heavily back in their favor. It's a little bit of a wild card, but it's working out for them. And Viperio, look, you can spout all CT map, but Viperio really needed a lot more in this half.
Yeah, the fact they probably could have won the half as well, or at least made it 7-7, or sorry, 6-6, I think definitely speaks it all. And now, with barely any utility with pistols, they're trying to contact their way out as far as they possibly can. Pandito, maybe that Deagle shot is all they need. How is he? What a shot to Camion and Mango as well. It's the international imports doing it all. However, it's just Mango and Regan now all by themselves towards the A-bomb site. They literally just have Deagles, nothing else. There's an A1S on the floor they can pick up, and they're going to come head-to-head with everyone towards Donut. These Deagles have to hit everything. However, they line up, they stand on each other's toes, and that's a really good end to the half. 8-4, and we'll see you after this break to see if Pera can close it out.
Making magic when they need it most.
An 8-4 lead for Para Esports on their CT side. An absolutely dominant affair with Viperio taking a few missed opportunities there, but now we're going to see them try to mount some sort of a defense quick as you like, straight in onto the site. And only 2 players left alive for Viperio. Bomb is down. Last 2 players not together. So this is a great opportunity for Para. The cheeky off angle. And now it's all down to Pandito to bring it home.
Yeah, so very similar to the first pistol round where there was a stack for the CT side. However, unfortunately, this time it didn't quite go the way of the CT side. Viperio with 3 players towards that B bomb site. I think they get 1 kill. Yeah, it was literally just Zoddy. They have 3 players there, 1 kill. Pandito gets the other 2 rotating in from the A bomb site, and that's Para picking up both pistol rounds. And as we were saying, MR12 with best of ones, you really don't have any second chances, and getting these pistol rounds is fairly imperative. And I think Viperio, yeah, full eco, so that's 4 rounds just if they've thrown away, and that's Para taking double digits very early on.
Yeah, and what makes it worse is, 3 rounds from here is 12. That's a match and series point. Viperio need a miracle on their next round. Ideal situation here, get 1 or 2 kills, steal some guns away to have for yourself. Really put a dampener on Para's bonus, and then maybe you're in with a shot. But if they all just get slaughtered here, it's looking like it could be bad news bears.
Bad news bears. Oh. And speaking of bad news, we've actually got Eagles next. The bad news Eagles, but no, they're Guild Eagles, which is cool. Yeah, I tried. This is an interesting Astralis S stack. 5 players towards long, and Para are walking towards the B bomb site. But they're gonna get spotted out, and Boyer's wrapping around them. Yep. Well, they died.
Yeah, they did die.
Yeah, they did. Unlucky. There's always a world where you see those 5 USPs and you're like, oh, they could just hit some crazy double dinks, but no. That's actually really good from Para. They've done very well when they're up against the ecos. They've kept it very clean, which cannot be said the same about Viperio.
Yeah, truly. Viperio have looked a little bit out of sorts on this one. And again, we were talking about a bit earlier, the extra month that Para have had to prac, not during December. That was beautiful. Nice and deep. A little bit of chip damage there. Information garnered. Will pull back towards main. And oh, it's good for what? Good. Regan! Calm down, bro.
That's perfect. They just push through the smoke right into his hand. MMS, ooh, getting a bit too aggressive. I called DJ out for it, and I'm going to call MMS out for it. I don't think he had to push that far forward, but luckily enough for him, they try rotate maybe towards the B bomb site or just try clear donut, and that will be their downfall with both Mango and Zoddy, the Danish duo, standing strong. But now Aram, the IGL, he's had a really good game. He's actually top of the scoreboard. He's in a 1 versus 3. He does know where they both are. And there's 1 minute left on the clock. This is winnable, especially if you can isolate these duels. But no, they've come together. Viperio playing as a duo now. And Aram, I can't imagine this is going to be too easy for him. But have they lined up a little bit? He could swing. And this could be... He just picked up the bomb. Wait, what?
What?
Pardon? They just let him pick up the bomb.
And he wasn't even in their sightlines. They had that angle just a little bit wrong.
They've lost him. They have no idea where he's gone. He's towards Big Box. He's isolated the duo. Aaron, 1 versus 1 versus Zoddy. Oh, he doesn't read into Zoddy. Oh my God. How Aaron made it that winnable. A 1 versus 3. So close into the 1 versus 1. But Viperio, they just about take it.
Oh, man. Down to the...
Not the end of the world. Viperio. They do have a very rough buy though. MP9 on Mango. And Yeah, this is a little bit rough that they had only one player stay alive, and Parrot just very slow default. Poya, I think he's holding a window smoke for Camion, but it's going to be very difficult if Camion wants to take middle. Yeah, you can see that the window smoke's being propelled, and it's straight away a very nice reaction from Regan, just completely blocking off Camion. And I think if I'm Para, I don't want to contest middle here. You've got two players staring at them, but what is going to happen is that the Parasite are going to start wrapping around from shelf now.
Yeah, I mean, the Viperia are playing full retake A, but they have so much information here in mid towards B, and with Bomb angling itself over towards the B site, it's definitely a doable situation, but a util comes out! Oh, Camion! Beautiful 2K from him there. Should not have survived, but now that gives them so much space and so much information as well. 3 players from Viperia are still holding over towards B, but Viperia are not moving. They're going to hold the line. Mango only good for 1 with that little tuck in. And the site is so easily takeable now for Para. 4 versus 2. Viperia with... This is Viperia against the world.
Well, now it's Zodi against the world. IGL trying to replicate potentially what Aaron did in the last round, but this time one step further, and I think with 57 HP, he might choose just to save this AK. What's really important now about Aaron getting those 2 kills is that the money for Viperia is completely squashed. It's done. They're going to have to buy into the next round, and it's going to be a very easy pickup for Para, so they're going to be sailing towards 12, and then it's going to be another low buy. I think the sight line and the pathway for Para to be taking 13 here, it has been very clearly set out.
At least they're going to be able to hold on to that one weapon. But, yeah, like you said, right, so close to that 13. And now their economy is going to be an absolute shambles. Absolute shambles. Yeah. I don't even know what you invest into this, right? So, next round is... I cannot afford to lose this one. So, you want to have something to bring to the table. But with the amount of cash that they need to win this round. Sure, they'll have guns in the next, and, you know, maybe they can ride that out, but it's going to be like 6 rounds that they need to win consecutively to take us into OT if they win that next one. This is almost an impossible situation.
Yeah, and what really hurts is that you can track all of this back to that Poya pushing towards middle and getting 4 kills, basically. Yeah. Like when it was 4-5, 5 to Para, and Viperia were against an Eco, and it looked like it was going to be 5-5. That one round has completely shifted everything. It was a big momentum shifter. It was also just a big mental shifter. Yeah. I definitely could imagine Viperia were not too pleased about that, and that could also go back to their age of this is a very inexperienced team, both just like being quite young and not like masses of officials played, whereas Para, they do have that extra experience under their belt, and now Viperia, let's see what they can do. Just with getting some damage here, Zodi would be loving to save this AK. I think that would be really good for him, a kit and AK save, and maybe if they can pick up another rifle. But Viperia, as you said, they're playing for overtime. They're playing for this insane comeback, and let's see if the ESL Pro League qualifiers can start with a quite exhilarating comeback, or is it going to start with a 13-5 defeat?
And there's so many opportunities here for Viperia to possibly get a backstab in, to possibly make some magic happen. Oh, ships in the night. And Bandito just walks straight past. Now he's the one that's going to get flanked in on. Man, they have no idea what's happening. Bomb's about to explode. It's whatever. Just trying to hold on to something. Try and get an exit. Is going to get turned in on. Pins it in from the side. And nothing can be done for Viperia. Not a gun saved. Not an inch taken, and we're on series point. Viperia at least have a bit of cash to work with into this one, but let's face it. Oh, and a timeout. Okay, Freddy, tack timeout on match and series point. How do we feel about that one?
You gotta take anything you can get. This is when Masterclass Pat comes in. He calls an absolute screamer, and they go win 7 in a row. He's gonna call an absolute masterclass, but yeah, Zodi not saving the the AK. Like, it's not massive, but you can see he doesn't have full utility. There's not a single kit to be seen. If the bomb gets planted, it's going to be very rough. It's series points. Para, they've had a very good last 7 days. You know, they've qualified for the RMR.
Yeah.
And they're going to start this week off, I think, quite well. I'd love to sit here and pump that copium. But realistically, if Viperio are not going to be quelled here, it's going to be in the next few rounds. Like, I really don't see 7 rounds in a row being plausible. But let's take it one step at a time. And MSN already, great aggression, pushes through the Molotov. Unfortunately, does not get the kill, but he's put Zodi down so low. And look at the space he's taken, and look at the utility he's forced out. And he's got the kill.
Good start to the round, at least, for Viperio. Rather for... Oh, wait, it's instantly traded. Well, look at that. 4v4. No one really having a huge advantage here. Nice little bit of space going towards A, though. Not even a fake. Oh, that's rough. Porus dying there is not the situation you wanted to be in, because now Bomber's going to have to rotate. No, they're not going to rotate it. There's a little bit of mind games happening here, but Viperio are not biting. They're going to reinforce this A site. They're going to try to hold this down. Para, whatever they were trying to sell, Viperio ain't buying.
Regan is having such a good game, and this lovely bait and switch. MMS was playing anti-flash there, so he wasn't able to quite save Regan, but this is the second time in very recent history Regan has held very defiantly over towards the say bomb site. And I was gonna say, or I was wanting to mention that even if they did lose this round, Regan's had such high impact frags, and I don't think the same can be said for a lot of the other players on this roster. I think Mango's had some sharp shooting, but not in impactful situations, and now because of Regan, this is actually going to be quite a clean round. 3 players are going to stay alive, and if there ever was a world where a comeback was going to be initiated, this is the start.
Well, it had to start somewhere, so why not here, I suppose. And they're still not in a situation where they've done enough economic damage, I feel like, but I think that Para are playing this really smart. Nope, never mind. I thought they were gonna like low buy into this and save some cash, but nope. Instead, they're gonna risk it all and hope for the best. DGL with Tech 9 in hand, gonna look to try and pick up a gun if he can. And Perry getting super aggressive in towards mid here. Already into Donut. MMS locking down mid. Donut is covered by Regan. And once again, Para, only 2 players left against the world. Bomb at least planted, so a little bit of extra cash to play with. But Viperio, it's going to be another quick and clean round from them. Should be.
Well, yeah, I think the operative word is should be. You can see that Zodi is fixated over towards elbow, and he's going to be taking his time. Clock is ticking down, and Aaron... Oh, okay, they both fall simultaneously. Okay, fair enough, Viperio, lovely round. MMS, that was a magnificent set and nade play towards middle, and it's just great shooting. Like, those first 2 kills, the first bullet accuracy is just impeccable. Regan only gets 1 this time, but he also gets a dink off, and I think that's really impressive. I think Para, they're moving like rooks towards a bomb site. Honestly, when they've gone towards B, that's when they've had the most success. I feel like that's where they're going to have to start targeting.
Yeah. I mean, Viperio have played hard a retake for most of these rounds, and the retakes have generally worked out for them. It's B where they stack, and B where they can actually get, where Para can get a lot of advantage, because if they can get 1 or 2 kills, then they, you know, site's free and clear, and they're in a post plant. So B is definitely the better option here, but I think they don't want to become too telegraphed, which is definitely a concern that teams will have. So now they take a little bit of a timeout for themselves, restructure how they're going to approach this. Of course, because they opted to force up in that previous round, they have no money into this one. It is just going to be a pistol round, and Viperio should get themselves to 8. I don't know. You called it about that timeout, and maybe it was just the thing Viperio needed.
The Pap Masterclass, you say? There's I want to wish that I'm speaking facts, but I'm not too sure. And are they really gonna go towards A once again? And look at this from Zodi. He's actually taken all the space over towards that B bomb site. He has all the information. You can see that it's calling a rotation for Mango to go over towards the other bomb site. But this mid smoke is actually quite pesky because it does put them in a little bit of a position where they haven't got mid control. As I say that, Zoddy does swing out from shelf and clears all that up, and now Regan can focus totally towards A main, and he can just hold mouse 1 like he does best. Ooh, gets caught though. Aaron does at least find one, and that might... Oh, Aaron finds 2. I was going to say that 1 kill would be good because then Mango can pick up an AWP into the next round. But need to make sure they don't lose too many players, and Pandita will finally bring us to some sort of normality. Sam, there's 4 rounds left. We haven't seen Mango utilize an AWP whatsoever on the CT side. I don't think we've seen an AWP at all this whole half.
Actually,
do you see a world?
Well, it would have been nice to have been this round, but I guess not. I think that it's partially about playing safe to an extent, because the way that Para are playing, they're not really, dry peeking too much or playing those long angles as often. So they might feel like that rifling is the better bet here, being able to swing on each other, being able to isolate duels more effectively. And to be fair, it has started to work a little bit more into this one. Oh, a little bit of information garnered just before the smoke blooms there. A little bit of chip damage. Para hard hitting the brakes here. We said it, right? Viperio play hard, retake A. Now Para pushing in towards this B site. We thought it would be the way, but apparently it's not.
They got so much information, Viperio, but it was all the wrong information. They swung out there and saw nothing, but there were 3 players cowering just behind, the creaks and cracks. But I think they do have, they have got it now. And Zoddy, that 1 kill towards Cave could be the whole difference maker in this round. What I'm not a fan of, though, is him sticking around. He's got such low HP. Will they clear him? Yes, they will. I don't think he had to stick there. I don't think he had to stay and give them back that frag. But in the meantime, his teammates have done very, very well. They picked up the pieces, and it seems like this is all falling very nicely into their hands. This is another gun round being eluded from Para, and Viperio, well, 7 rounds have all of a sudden become 3, and they've been done a lot cleaner.
You can see Para was really trying to play information starve there. Trying to hold back as much as possible before actually pushing in. But when they eventually did push in, Viperio held it down very, very well. And now this is starting to look a little bit scary. We thought that B would be the play, get yourself a nice little opening kill, get yourself some space, push out in onto the site, get, 1 or 2 opening frags, and then you're almost set for the rest of the round. Whereas their A hits had been not ideal, because as much as they've been able to get the plant in, very often they find themselves not in as much of an advantageous position as they would have liked. And so the retake comes through very strong for Viperio. Now, despite that timeout, despite some of the slight changes that we saw, Viperio are still holding strong. And it comes down to these small things. And there's the AWP. There it is.
There we go.
You were waiting for it.
I mean, yeah. I know, being very cynical, not the round I would have wanted him to pick up the AWP, especially now they're on pistols. But what's been super interesting has been the very big lack of mid control on the T side for, I guess, both of these teams. And that's going to be the same set for Para. Okay, Zoddy, I don't know what's gone into him, but out of nowhere he's turned into uber aggro cave player IGL, and it's kind of working out for him because they just swing on towards B. They get 3 kills, and that may as well be round over. Yes, there has been a lot of damage being inflicted, but max 1 or 2 kills, I'd say, that get taken from here. And that's now double digits for Viperio. I hope so anyways.
I feel like I wanted Zoddy to play a little bit more safe there.
Agreed.
He had so little HP. But they still have the advantage. He has given over a free gun, however. What do they do with this? Bomb is still chilling towards spawn. So I don't think that Para are even playing for a win here. I think it's playing for economic damage, playing for space, playing for maybe Poirier gets a gun and then you can hold on to that. They're still pushing in. They're still going for this. And the AWP is waiting. The shot does not connect in a meaningful way. Just a bit of chip damage, but not the kill confirm.
Then bombs in T spawn. So
that's what I'm saying. I don't know why they were pushing that.
I guess they understand the round's never really gonna be winnable. So it's can we get damage off? Can we drop a player or two? That didn't really formulate. And what's gonna happen is now we're gonna see Poya saving an AK. I don't think he has to save here. I actually think it's quite negative he saves because they've got max loss bonus. He's gonna have if he died here, he'll be able to buy up an AK and full utility. But instead, he's gonna have to purchase head armor. He's gonna have to buy like scrapes of utility. Aaron's on a Galil for some he invested way too much into that last round. Yeah, see the big lack of utility going into this round. Poya's got no head armor, so he's subsidized util for head armor. DGL's got a single smoke. Aaron's got a smoke and nade. Viperio, 5 rounds in a row. They've got the momentum now. Can they push it over the finishing line?
And when we spoke about Pera's impatience on the CT side, and I think that these buys are just kind of more indicative of that. They want to get it done. They want to finish it out. And so they're not thinking about the long-term repercussions of constantly forcing in like this. Viperio is so close to getting themselves into that overtime position. But here's that mid-aggression you were hoping for on the CT side, and the flick from Mango is clean.
But unfortunately, Camion is even cleaner towards middle as well. MMS drops. He's been very persistent towards Cave. And Aaron, they just walk into his crosshair. That could be it. That could be the nail in the coffin. The IGL deals a defying blow. 24 frags. He's topping the whole scoreboard. And even though this round started off with the Dane hitting a nasty flick, that's all they're going to be singing about. 2 flashes come raining in. Camion blinds Mango fully. And Regan, he's been a rock towards the A-bomb site, but now a 1 versus 4. He's picked up the first, and I think this could be it. Viperio, yes, they claim 5 rounds in a row, but aggression goes against them. We were saying how maybe a little bit too aggressive on times was that Cave player Zoddy, but now Regan falls. He's only claimed 2, and Pera quell Viperio 13-10 and go 1-0 in the standings.
Exceptional comeback attempt towards the end there. It was really looking like Viperio were going to be able to bring that one home, but I liked what Pera did in that last round. You had mentioned it, right? The T-side mid-aggression had been basically non-existent. For the first time, they take that space. And they knew that Viperio liked to play for a retake. So they take space on B and they take space in mid. And if they can deny that space, then they have a free and clear opening. It wasn't what I expected in terms of the B hits, but it's a similar kind of vibe. You know, you get those kills in mid and then you can pincer in and get in onto the site. Beautifully played in that last round. And unfortunately, that's going to be Viperio losing their first game in the season. There are still many games to play out, and as we alluded to earlier on in the day, losing 1 game is not the end of the world, but it would have been nice, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's basically it, right? Like, you don't have to win every single game. In the end, top 4 out of 6 teams will be making it through to playoffs. That's when it's a little bit more important. And that's when you have to be paying maybe a closer attention, because in those playoffs, it's best of 3s, and what's really brutal is that the only 1 team out of these 6 would make it to Pro League. It used to be 2 spots, now it's only 1 spot. And this is the end of these regional leagues as well, these regional championships. ESL have stopped continuing them with this year. And even though Regan had a really good game, and even though Viperio did string 5 rounds in a row, Aaron, towards the end, at the very last round there, they just seemed completely unaware that he could be in Cave. He doubles down, and that's going to be the round done. That's actually the first team to win. We can take a look at the scores in the other games. Alternate Attacks are up against Sampi, and I think Guild Eagles are up against are winning up against Rebels. But over on this stream, the next game will be, I've completely forgotten, Sam.
It's one of those moments. So it is going to be a bit of an extended break, guys. It's going to be about 40 minutes before the next game. So, of course, you've got a little bit of time to go and get a snack and get a drink. But it will be Alternate Attacks versus Rebels Gaming for our second matchup a little bit later on. I'm looking forward to it. I know Freddie's looking forward to it. We hope you're looking forward to it as well. We'll see you guys back here in about 40 minutes. Yeah.
See you later.
Sometimes I give you hope before I take it all away from you. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I'll never let you win. I feel you caving in. I never get call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Yeah! Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now, keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go make the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry out and soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I can do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to ya. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer, cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Pro League 19 conference, European conference, the national championships. I am Nauri. I'm joined by Freddie. We've just had our first best of one of the evening, and well, it was a pretty dominant affair for Para to start off with. Viperio did fight back towards the end, but it was a Para victory. So if you did miss out on that one, now you're up to date. We're going to be jumping into our second best of one, though, and I, for one, am really looking forward to this one. It's going to be alternate attacks versus Rebels. But before we get into that, we can take a look at our standings graphic, Freddie.
Oh, okay, so we've got the schedule of 3. Okay, well, there's
There you go.
the standing. I guess we could run through it. Guild Eagles beat Rebels 13-9. Para beat Viperio, as we said, 13-10. Which, all things considered, I think the fact that from the game we watched, the Para game, Para won both pistol rounds and they also won a Felico. The fact they were able to win all of those rounds and it still was a very contentious affair, I think you have to give some praise to Viperio. And no, this is not me putting my Copium UK hat
Biased
on.
caster.
I think this is definitely, like, unbiasedly, I think well played to Viperio, but Para ultimately put it out. And then alternate attacks, who we are going to be looking at, they beat Sampi 13-11. And I was taking a look at that game, and Goody, their new stat, well, their newest addition, had an absolute storm of a game, 21-13. So I'll be looking to see if we can do that against Rebels.
All right, now we do have our schedule for right now. So here on, never mind. Here on the season. This game. Sorry, guys, a little bit of tech issues. It does happen sometimes, so please do bear with. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned Goody, right? He's been on the team for about 2 weeks.
Probably max.
Yeah, 2 weeks to a month, there or thereabouts, and a little bit of onboarding. Panix has also only been on the team for a very short amount of time, approximately 2 months. So this is a team that's had a few shakeups recently and are looking to make some big waves, some big changes heading into the 2024 season. They had a pretty good start to the year already, but need to keep that momentum going where possible. Over for Rebels, though, this is a team that, like, I've cast most of these players a few times over the course of 2023 and very often on different teams. And you'll recognize some of these names from teams like Nine, like Wisła Kraków, Anonimo, right? They've been on a few, it's one of these like Polish super teams. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring here today, because while the core remains the same, there have been a few changes now that they've joined up with Rebels. And also, they've got a new coach, another player that I've had the opportunity of casting a few times, Spero. Really fun player to watch, and I'm very curious to see what he's going to bring to this team in a brand new capacity as a coach.
Yeah, because, like, Sparrow has been, like, he literally played the first major type of thing. Like, he was, he was around at that time. Like, he has been around for donkey years. He's played at the top, the low, the mid. He's played at every single level in European and Polish Counter-Strike. And I think it's fair to say, like, over the last year, maybe 2 years, he's maybe plateaued a little bit. But then he's come into this new coaching role. And, like, when we say new, we mean, like, this is his first ever tournament as a coach. So yeah. I think that's going to be really intriguing. Like, an ex-pro turning very newly into a coach. I think that's a really interesting storyline. And I think a team for Rebels, which I think most people might know them as Paloma, for instance. That's maybe like more of a familiar name. I think even I was like, who's Rebels? I was like, oh, obviously Paloma. Okay. I was like, these guys have changed like names quite frequently, so I don't blame you for exactly not keeping up with them. But what I was quite impressed with, Sam, was I was taking a look at the route of how they got here, and, like, they beat 9 2-0 decisively in their regional championship to get here, which is a very impressive feat.
Yeah, I mean, 9 is definitely not the kind of team that you turn your nose up at. And I think that the fact that these guys have been through so many identity changes is really just indicative of how desirable they are as a roster. While they're not necessarily the cream of the crop in every single one of the ECL leagues, they're always putting up good numbers. They're always getting really decent results. They've stuck together. The core of the roster have been together for quite some time, and the results really do speak for themselves. And now, an organization like Rebels, fairly known, depending on what esports you watch. And it's really cool to see that they're getting another leg up, another big opportunity to prove themselves here. And again, with some new players on the team, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Alternate attacks. This is a roster that has been around for so long. The core of the team, well over a year. The main three, and yes, they do have a few roster changes here and there, but this is one of those like staple teams that try to maintain their synergy as much as possible. They don't want to make any big changes where they don't have to. And to be fair, Alternate Attacks is not necessarily one of the teams whose name is very often on the tip, the tip of your tongue when you think about these circuits and the performances that have happened. So now with these new changes, I'm really hoping that that's going to give them a little bit of the leg up that they need to kind of cross over and hopefully become a little bit more of a household name.
I think I'd throw a different spanner in that and say that they've had last year they had a fantastic year, and for me it was the first time I'd seen Freeze, Ozark and Perks like outside of a tier 4 space. I think they achieved last year some of the best results they've ever had in their career, and they've actually had a really awkward time recently because they optionally chose to drop Slacks, or I don't know if they but like Slacks went to M80, and I think that's a big loss, and you can see how well he's doing at M80 of how good he was, and bringing in Panics I don't think is necessarily a downgrade, but massive, but I don't think Panics brings in that same ferocity as Slacks, and I think Panics has had he got dropped from alternate attacks because they were looking to build the German super team, and he wasn't a part of that vision, but now he's been brought back in, and then on top of that, with them losing their IGL, not because of anyone's fault, just because Speedy had lost the love for the game and he was really burnt out. He's now a performance coach at Sprout, and I had a great chat with him at the HT Awards show about all of this, but it's just it's really unfortunate that someone who was leading this team and was doing so well, that this team has unfortunately hit a very awkward curve in their lifeline, where they've had to move away from German CS. They've brought in Goody, who had turned a lot of heads at Gucci Gaming, but overall doesn't have too much experience. Now Freeze is picking up the IGL role. For me, this alternate attacks roster went from being one of my favorite roster in the tier 2 space to now being, I have no idea, and I don't even know where to place them. They lost a Little Mix on LAN. They got stomped by Little Mix on LAN, and I'm like, I actually don't even know where to put them anymore. They had a great end of the year, qualifying for Cologne, qualifying for this by beating Big Academy, but then on top of that, they lost their IGL and are now having to ease in a new IGL, a new player, and a new author.
Yeah, I think that the theme of today so far has been teams that are going through it. That's just riding the struggle bug.
I think it's so unfortunate that this team has really hit an awkward plateau, I think.
Yeah, it does make things a little bit difficult. But the nice thing, as we mentioned earlier on in the day, is that with it being a round robin and with them having to play 5 matches and with 4 teams being able to go through to the playoffs, there is a little bit of wiggle room here. And now that they get to really test their new players in some official matches, because let's face it, scrimbucks are great, but they're not worth much. So once you get into actual officials and you get to really test yourselves and really see what you're capable of in an environment where it matters, this is where you're going to pick up the biggest mistakes, the biggest gaps, the biggest flaws that need to be addressed, and then hopefully we'll see some improvements from there. It is, of course, unfortunately, very quick kind of rapid fire in the next few days to get through this, but it is the beginning of 2024, and while it would be phenomenal to just kick off like an absolute rocket at the start of the year, I think we can give a little bit of leeway for teams that are going through a bit of growing pain. So this will be a great experience for them either way.
Yeah, the issue is that you enter a tournament like this and you don't want to have those growing pains. I think Guild Eagles are a very prime example of, they had their growing pains last year and they had their issues with their changes of systems and how they were changing from this more mad style of Counter-Strike, which I think is fair to say, and feels style of Counter-Strike, to more of a okay, we're going to have a backup plan. and we're going to have a plan B, and we're going to have a plan C, and we're going to have more to it. And they struggled a little bit with that, and I think that they've eased into it. And Pro League for any of these teams, as I said, would be insane. And I think a team like Alternate Attacks and Guild Eagles are my two that should be in the finals. And I think just the issue with Alternate Attacks is roster changes. I'm not too convinced. It makes me very sad 'cause I did love watch them playing, but I feel like they've lost their whole identity with Slacks and Speedy, and it's going to be really, I'm actually intrigued to see how they're going to go. I think a win over Sampi is impressive, but it's with the underlying issue that Sampi have also had roster changes with like Matty's going to Fnatic, bringing in Zedco, and Fino being a very, very fresh AWPer, which like he came from an academy team. So I think Alternate Attack's great first game. If they win 2 more, I think that's them pretty much anyways already secured. So they've already done some heavy lifting, whereas Rebels, they actually lost their opening game, but it was very close. Every game seemed very close at the beginning.
Yeah, and I love that. It, really goes to show that there's a lot of competition here and that you really cannot count a team out just because you might not know much about them on paper, or you might not know much about a particular player on paper. Changes have been made, map pools shift. But despite all of that, you really can't look at a single team and go, oh yeah, they've got no chance. And I love that. I love the level of competition that we're getting to here. But of course, it does get that much more intense from here on out. So this is really kind of your starting block, and this is where you really want to, we say that losing a couple of games isn't the end of the world, but you really want to stake your claim to that playoff spot. You really want to stamp yourself in, because if you can dominate at this level, if you can wipe the floor with all of the opposition, then you're in with a pretty decent chance once you get to that next level. But if you're struggling here, then it might be that little bit more difficult. So I think for all of these teams, the big aim here is not just to qualify, but to make it as decisive an affair as humanly possible. So looking forward to seeing how these guys are going to bump heads against one another. And we do have our map as well for this best of one, which I'm really looking forward to. I thought that we might get through the entire day with like Inferno Mirage on an infinite loop, but actually we had Ancient in our first map, and our second matchup today is gonna be on Nuke.
Yes, I think it might be on Nuke, but I was confused when I saw that, because Nuke is Alternate Attacks' insta-ban. And I was
there
gonna
we
say,
go.
I was looking at that, and I was like, HTV says Ancient, and I was like, that would make a lot more sense. So I was like, I don't want to contradict you and say it's not Nuke, but I was like, I'm not entirely, I was like, that would be a real out of left field type curve Alternate Attacks. So I was like, I'm all here for it if they do choose to do stuff like that. But no, it would be Ancient. I think that's for Alternate Attacks, that is like, it is one of their maps. It's one of their most played maps, but then at the same time I look back at their old roster and like, okay, it was one of the most played maps of that old roster. What is it now for this roster? And I've seen them have great results against top 10 teams, against like insane comebacks against teams like Apex and all that jazz. But what are they going to be like on this with this new roster? And what really I'm really impressed by Goody already. Like that Gucci Gaming Academy roster did so much, and I think they really turned some heads. And I think it's really interesting that he's been brought onto a German team like this. And I am very excited to see how he fits into this roster going forward.
Yeah, and obviously, for Rebels, this is going to be a map that they're going to be relatively comfortable with as well. And going back to, when the core of them was still Paloma, it wasn't necessarily their best map, but it was one that they played a lot and that they had some decent results on as well. I think I can even remember casting some of the players on this map a few times, and there were some very, very impressive moments. So again, in a best of one, generally speaking, the map that ends up being played is one that both teams are relatively comfortable on. You ban out the ones that you absolutely hate first up. Invariably the enemy team is going to try and ban out a map that they know that you're good on, or lean into another one that they're not particularly comfortable on. But by the time you get through all of that chopping down, the final map is one that you didn't feel strongly that you had to ban it, so clearly you feel relatively comfortable on it. Not the best map for both of these two, but a decent one nonetheless. So hopefully we'll have another nice close matchup here.
Yeah, And as we head into Ancient, it's our second best of one of the day. Rebels are currently 0-1, and Alternate Attacks are currently 1-0. I feel like going 2-0 very early on is going to really put you in a position where you are very comfortably making that playoff bracket. But here we go, a whole host of utility for Rebels. 2 flashes, 2 smokes, and a Molotov, and they're already heading towards A. But look at this, Perks, he's getting right into their face.
Oh man, this angle is so cheeky. It does get checked! Oh, his head is clean off of his shoulders. And it's a numbers advantage here for Rebels Gaming. Are they going to check this box? Are they going to check it? It flashes us out. They're going to move into position here. Don't spot freeze, but still win the battle. Now they have full control of the site. Panics is going to be good for 1, but advantage heavily still in favor of Rebels. Panics, can he make it 2? Can he make it 3? Can he get a 4K to win his team this round? Time is running out. Julie's in hand, and there you go. It's going to be Flay to deny him anything, really.
Okay, like, great round from Flay. But what was that flashbang? Freeze had them lined up. They were none the wiser. They had no idea he was around big box. He was just about to swing, and a dastardly team flash came out of nowhere and landed right in front of his noggin. I don't know who threw that, but they are having some very choice words said to them right now. But these are the positions. I think it was, I don't know, but sorry, that was so just like, I saw that happen. I was like, oh, Freeze is going to get 3 here, but then nope, team flash. But yeah, we saw how important pistol rounds were in the first game, especially with Paris struggling a little bit on the gun rounds, how important it was to pick up these first few rounds. Alternate Attacks, it's going to be a full eco, and for Rebels, it's just about how cleanly can they end off this affair.
Gamble stack B with the potential for a retake on A. Rebels still playing this as carefully as they can. Don't want to get too hyper-aggressive here, even though they have the advantage. Kisarek, oh, you've got to be kidding me. 2 beautiful kills over towards the B site. Bomb's not even here, man. He's just playing suppressive fire. Going to be looking to get a 3rd there. Can't get the 4th, unfortunately. But a beautiful opener from him. And there you go, Olymp. Not expected here in Cheetah. Okay. It was a little labored, but he got there in the end. Clean round for Rebels.
Okay, now we get into the real meat and potatoes of it all. Bonus round for Rebels. 2 Glils, a Mac-10, but a whole host of utility. Orp already very early out for Panics.
Wow.
He had a great time at the ESL Meisterschaften. He had like a 1.5 rating up against Big Academy on LAN. Like, I really want to see more of him, because I think he's had a very troubling year with like Sengal and you know, Into the Win. He played UKCS for a little bit, but now back on the German roster with the AWP, posted towards the A bomb site, but doesn't seem like he's going to take much action as the T side are looking to shoot towards middle, through shelf, and through elbow.
Nice little molly there to give them the space they need to cross over. Now they have a strong presence in towards mid. No real mid aggression just yet. They're going to slowly start to make their way up and try to claim some of that space. Panics has repositioned here, holding in towards Donut. Such a good spot for him, but still a bit of util here for Rebels. They could push him off of that angle. And in fact, that's not even the play, right? They're just going to hold for, you know, try to get a late rotation. Meanwhile, rest of the team heading in over towards that B site.
Perks is in a great look. I love this. We're just going to be a little bit too late. And look at Olymp. He's snuck through perfectly. Panics has to be very acutely aware of this, because if he's not, that's going to be a great opener and also completely cuts off the rotations. Alternate Attacks have a complete idea of what's going on, can just the pieces fall in favor of them, and it seems like it might not. Perks, will he be there in time? Coming from elbow, finds the first. That's the advantage. Now has a tuck tail and head back towards the A bomb site. And speaking of Olymp, over towards Red Room, he doubles down, catches 2 players lackadaisically unaware of him. It's a 3 versus 3, but the bomb site is in the clutches of Rebels.
I love the idea behind this, but they do get that bomb down, so at least that little bit of extra for them. They've picked up the AWP, but it could get taken away. Misses the shot, and there you go. AWP ripped from their clutches, and defuse will come through. I love that. I love that. They take a bit of aggression in towards mid, or maybe not aggression, but a bit of presence. This allows Olymp to push all the way up towards CT spawn. Then they head over towards B, but again, they're just posting up someone for a potential late lurk or to catch rotations. Like, they were controlling every piece of the map, but the one piece that they did not expect was the lurk out of A from Perk, and it activates perfectly, gets him that first kill, and then unfortunately, up towards Red Room, the Olymp positioning gets traded out very quickly, and alternate attacks retake control. I love the idea, but the execution wasn't where it needed to be.
Yeah, I feel like that was actually a perfect round, and just really unfortunately, the one piece, as you said, went away from them. That's a good first round for alternate attacks. I thought Olymp's double would be enough to at least send them over the line, but apparently not. And Panics, even though he had the AWP out, a little bit unfortunate he gets got caught unwary, but this is that was great set play for him. Throws a Molotov towards the steps going onto Shelf, and then just posts up, and Olymp walks into his crosshair. This time the lurk will not be able to pester them, and Rebels, they're completely just sectioned and strangled over towards this B bomb site. Very similar to what happened last round.
A great read from them to deny Olymp early on. Now Execute comes in towards the site. Alternate attacks good for 2. It will get traded by Flay, who had a good opener to this map. Now with only 2 players left alive, Flay just carries on, literally flaying the enemy. Bomb hasn't been planted yet. There is another lurk being set up. Util dump to deny the plant. And Freeze will activate. And now Flay is the last one left alive. Take that back. No one left alive.
Was that Perks? I think that was, yeah, great util set. It really bugs me when people use Molotovs as the bomb's being planted. That's not how you utilize a Molotov in these positions. Utilize a Molotov to, preemptive and deny it ever happening. And that's exactly what happens. There's a great util set from Perks, and he just sets up lovely for the lurk. Really nice round from alternate attacks, a great opener, and also a great B defense. Rebels, once again, with no map control, forced to go through smokes, forced to go towards that B bomb site, moving like rooks to their despair.
That's alternate attack, still in a bit of a shoddy situation economically, but it is an anti-eco, full-on aggression down out towards mid. Freeze will get the first, but SNX going to be able to trade it out over on the A side. And the problem is, A side, one person, one anchor. Site is free and clear. Bomb can get planted nice and open, which is going to make this hold that little bit easier for them. And Kisser, I mean, he's just keeping them busy in perpetuum so that they can't rotate. Now Bomb is safely planted. 1 gun for Flay, and 1 gun is all they need. He's a monster.
No, surely not. They know Goody's coming as well. Okay, that's the 1 gun. SNX with a deagle. The bomb is more than half tick though, but that's a great smoke. Okay. Oh wait, where's that smoke gone? It jumped very deep in the temple. Okay, never mind. Great damage though, and Ozok almost gives the Rebels a 4 frag, but Christ. 3 kills in a bomb plant with full USPs and like 1 deagle. That should just never, ever remotely be able to happen.
Yeah, it feels like there's a strong lean towards playing retake A, which I understand. Retake A is a little bit easier than retake B. Retake B, very funnel, and you can really shoot yourself in the foot on that one. But if that anchor player on A goes down, if they're not able to back out and regroup with the rest of their team for retake, you have lost space, you've lost time, and you have almost no openings left to you. So, unfortunate one there, but still, alternate attacks bring it back.
However, straight back to reality, a double opener on 2 different parts of the map, putting them towards this A bomb site. Panics all by himself, completely blinded, blindsided, and run down. Rebels put pedal to the metal and just steamroll towards this A bomb site. We were saying that they at least recovered in that last round. However, they were not even remotely prepared for this round. And now, because this last round was so unnecessarily expensive, look at their economy. Goody and Ozark, well, they have to save. They really cannot afford to give up any weapons here. And luckily for Ozark, Kissarek's Shadow will give him away. But now, if I'm Rebels, I'm maybe sending 2 players to take these rifles away, because if they don't save these rifles, then there's literally nothing in the next round.
At the same time, though, I don't know if Rebels risks it. Rather just make sure that you keep yourselves alive, keep that economy bolstering and burgeoning for yourselves. Make sure that you're comfortable into the next few rounds. You want to create a little bit of a buffer for yourselves. If they'd lost a weapon there, it would have been a painful rebuy for them. Doable, but with some pretty dire long-term consequences. It's a difficult decision to make in the moment. It's definitely a bit of a coin flip. But personally, I think Rebels made the right choice there. Great round from them. Again, they know that the A site is that slightly weaker site. Alternate Attacks going for a very aggressive attempt at a hold in A and just getting deleted at every avenue. I have to see how they adapt to that. And it looks like, okay, aggressive mid. And there's just no one there.
Isn't exactly a negative thing that there's no one there, though, because at least they have that space, and now they can turn their attention towards B, and that's exactly what they've done. They've taken all their space towards B. I'm not sure exactly what Gigabrain strat they're trying to do there, but no, this actually mid control into B control and just maintaining A presence this is potentially the perfect round Alternate Attacks could have played in this scenario. The issue now is they've completely run out of utility. And now, as this utility fades, they've already had set down, they're exposed to everywhere again. And this, at a minute mark, gets very difficult. And Rebels just need to make sure that now they've got this man advantage, they just don't need to, you know, give it up. But,
and there we go. Beautiful. Nice aggressive hold there from Perks. I mean, Rebels play this very, very well, playing the patient game, baiting out as much utility as they possibly can, but maybe they wait a little bit too long. It's okay. They shoot harder. 4 versus 2 here. A site absolutely free and clear. Bomb plant for free. And perhaps this is the moment where Alternate Attacks... I say the moment. They saved in the last round. It could be a double save. 2 saves in a row would be...
I like it.
rough, to say the very least. 100%,
like it,
it's the
though.
right call to make, but it's rough being in that position.
It's rough being in that position, but I'd much rather be in this position than going into next round, which is a full eco with absolutely nothing. But yeah, as I said, I think that was a great round from Alternate Attacks, but Rebels, all they had to do was just wait, and that's kind of exactly what they did. I think Kissaret getting a opener over towards B, I think he got it onto Orzurk, if I'm not mistaken. That completely changes everything. Like, as soon as you give up a kill on an extremity, which you're that aggressive on, it completely changes the dynamic of the whole hold from Alternate Attacks. And you can see Perks, like, he should never have been allowed to die from Shelf, but because Orzurk was killed towards B, it allows that possibility. And now they said it's going to be a full eco. They've got these 2 Save 1Ss, but apart from that, it's just going to be USPs.
Can't even say it's the right call. It's genuinely the only call. Make sure that they can have a little bit of cash into the next round. Being very back and forth, though. It's very difficult to call, you know, which team is looking better. I think for now, just because Rebels have been on a little bit of a streak, put a little bit of a favor towards them. And I love how dynamic they're playing. Every round is different from the one before. You can see they've really put a lot of time into their set plays. What are you doing, Goody? Yeah, right, cool. That was something, I suppose, trying to get, you know, be a little bit surprising, run out there, maybe get a surprise kill, but no, just shut down, stopped in his tracks.
Like, I don't love it, but I don't hate it, because in these scenarios, what are you going to really do? And I think you mentioned it there, like, try something a bit different. I think if you are going to do that, you may as well at least call for an Orzurk to buy a flashbang for you, I feel like, with that, yeah. But, sure, look, it's not the end of the world. Freeze got is that a Zeus or is it PG-15? Oh, no. I mean, naughty Olymp for not clearing his corners, but Orzurk, I would be so tilted if I'm Freeze. You're like, one's run past, and the second person clears you?
Trying to go for a bit of trigger discipline, and unfortunately, do you know how often I see trigger discipline absolutely backfire? Like, so often it works out perfectly and you get like the most ridiculous value out of it, and sometimes it's just an absolute disaster. That was one of those disaster areas, but I mean, we didn't really expect too much to come out of this round. It would have been nice if they could have gotten a kill or two, picked up some weapons, and then headed for the hills. But unfortunately, that is absolutely denied. Now, Perks is still going to try. He's going to try to get these, or a late rotation kill, but the entirety of Rebels is coming this way. Even if he gets one, there's no way he gets to keep that weapon if he even gets one.
It's looking comfortable, yeah. Panics, game time. Really unfortunately though, the bane of CT side economy, they've maintained it kind of, but like there's no AWP that's going to be coming out. They have no, like, not much is really going to be coming out from those saves. Orzuk, I don't think can really afford to drop an AWP to Panics. I just don't see that working. And like, I think Rebels have a really good start here. There was a very contestable beginning, but if Rebels win this one round, they're going to force alternate attacks back onto a low buy, and they're going to be looking at a very early 7-3 lead.
Yeah, I think that's somewhat devastating if you're alternate attacks. I think we've got a little bit of a tech issue here that they're going to sort out, so don't stress too much about that. But yeah, 5-3 lead already to kick things off here. Definitely going to be feeling very comfortable with that one. And this is it. I mean, I was really excited for this Rebels roster, and just absolutely proving me right. It definitely felt like we had a little bit of spice on the desk. Yeah, you were all like, oh, alternate attacks, definitely one of my top two. And I'm like, no. Polish super team. But it does keep things interesting. It does keep things entertaining. That being said, I'm not counting alternate attacks out by any means. I think once they get those guns back into their hands, if they take a moment to just calm, slow down, and read into Rebels, because Rebels like to play information starve. They're either playing information starve or they're playing fast execute. And unfortunately, it's difficult because you don't know which they're going to do from round to round. But if you can start to get a little bit of a feel for it, I think alternate attacks are still in with a very good chance of turning this around.
Yeah, I think going back to what you said, like I've never been particularly a fan of Paloma, all things said, but like I'm always happy to be proved wrong, and I think they've had some very good rounds early on, and I think alternate attacks are definitely not out, like they're nowhere near out of it, and it's still very early game. We saw with Viperio how these like 2 or 3 round leads at the beginning can kind of like fall away, and you win one gun round, like what I was saying about with like the beginning here. If alternate attacks are unable to win this next gun round, it will be difficult for them, but it's still not the end of the world. And I think if they're able to maybe just string along till the second half, win pistol round, they'll still be in it. But I also want to highlight something that I was seeing from the last game against Guild Eagles. Casey went 3-13 against Guild Eagles, and they still made it a 13-9 game. So like, I look at that and I'm like, okay, if one player can really perform that poorly, and they still do well, there's always hope. And unfortunately, I think he's having quite a rough game as well now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's 1-6 or 1-5 right now, so he's still struggling. But like, maybe he's the key they need.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe if he activates, that's where everything kind of swings back, right? But they're still in a good spot right now. The thing is, they need to maintain that momentum, and that's really where, as you said, right, that's really where Casey kind of needs to activate a little bit here. That being said, Goody and Panic are also having a little bit of a slower time for themselves. I think that really just speaks to how closely contested this has been and how well they're playing off of one another.
Oh no. Olim, the Molotov didn't quite hit him, and I think he had like a little nook and cranny at first he could survive in, and then pops out, completely catches Freeze off guard, and now you can see they're already propelling over towards a bomb site. A great reaction from Rebels. Panic's just sizzling in a Molotov. I don't know what's happened there, but he's on 20 HP. He's having to cower away from the bomb site itself, and even though the rotations are here thick and fast, the utility is forcing them away. Goody is also being tagged down to 40 HP. Rebel is just tickling them down. Bombs eventually going to get planted, and now with this advantage in favor of the Polish squad, this is looking pretty healthy for them. But as the smokes fade, they'll be very careful.
Oh, it's almost miraculous that they're able to survive through that spam to get that bomb down. But they're not out of the woods just yet. 3 versus 3 here with Panic's being able to get one. But now Rebels just need to hold the line. They know that it's alternate attacks who have to get aggressive. They need to play this safe. They need to play this smart. And that wasn't it. Perks waiting. It does get traded back. Flay has been phenomenal. And he will get one more. Now Perks, no kit, nothing left to do but to save yet again. And it must be said, Rebels' util usage has been so good from start to finish. The placement of their smokes and mollies to give them these huge advantages to create the space they need to get in onto site. So well played.
Yeah, 100%. I think that definitely could have been a round win for alternate attacks if the just whittling down of HP wasn't so prolific by Rebels. Like, I think a nade landed on someone for like 50 as well. So you have that. You have 2 Molotovs doing loads of damage. That's a really good reaction, though, from a very unfortunate opening kill. I think Olymp got away with murder early on, and that's just CS, right, isn't it? Like, the Molotov didn't tick him. Utility got pulled out, he swung through the Molotov, gets an opener, and that allows them to propel towards the A-bomb site. And now Rebels, are they just going straight towards B?
Seems that way. There is a little bit of a flank coming in here, but Olymp is ready and waiting for it. Oh! Unlucky. Swings out off the back of that flash, but it's Freeze who gets the shot. And yeah, there you go. Nice little double nade stack there. Freeze still manages to hold on to the gun, though, so he's going to be happy with that one. And Rebels, realizing that B is probably heavily fortified, probably some sort of a stack, they're just going to head out. Perks is aware, though.
Perks can be aware, but Perk is also completely on an iceberg by himself, and with no mid control, you can see how he's very wary of both Donut coming through, like from middle, and also from the A bomb site. So he's not even looking towards A. He's actually completely giving it up, and you can see as well, Panics as an MP9 clearing all these close angles, which is good for an MP9. But as soon as it gets towards middle, like he's peering down, he sees nothing, but he's been smoked off. I do like their reaction to move away from the B bomb site. Freeze is on a great flank, but I feel like this bomb site is going to get relinquished on the first point of contact, and it's going to have to be a retake. But Perks, he has to get the kill here on SNX, he does. That's a huge kill to get. Now, funneling through towards a main. As I said, both players getting annihilated. They're going to have to play for the retake now. And look at utility. Rebels, they don't have anything. Freeze coming on the flank. He can deny the bomb. He does. 6 seconds. Time is out. Now, Perks and Goodies have to survive, but they won't. They'll take the fight to them, and alternate attacks on the low buy succeed.
Low and slow, a little bit of patience, and that will ultimately win them that round. And honestly, I liked how Rebels played that. They use their first player, they rotate out some great util in mid to block off sightlines. You know, information starved, that's the name of the game. But alternate attacks, they weren't even in mid. They weren't even looking for mid presence. They already knew, they had an inkling, they went with their gut, they rotated over, and they managed to lock down the site. And the plant denial is massive. If that doesn't happen, that round could go a completely different way.
Yeah, that's really, really good. The Deagle was singing last round. However, who is singing is Casey in this round. I kind of called him out a little bit for his bit of a rough game against Guild. But right here, he's had such a great opener, but as soon as I sing his praises, he falls back down to reality. Freeze, he's having a phenomenal game, and also getting maybe a little bit very aggressive, getting deep into enemy lines, and the smoke is saving him for now, but I just noticed Olymp is on the A-bomb site. So the bomb is going to tuck tail and head completely array. Kisserect is just doing so much damage towards the B-bomb site. Ooh. He doubles down, and Olymp still has control of the whole B-bomb site. Oh, the A-bomb site, rather.
Oh, and Perks turns back to deal with the aggression that he realizes is happening towards B. Bomb didn't even make it to A. I mean, Rebels' aggression has been so difficult for alternate attacks to fight back into. And I think that when they play the patient game, when they hold back and when they give a little bit of space, but then, because invariably Rebels give up the space that they get, if that makes sense. So instead of moving into mid, holding that space, whatever, they'll full move. So alternate attacks could take the space back and retake from there. Instead, they're playing a little bit more, not impatient, but a little bit more in Rebels' face. And when you do that, Rebels, they invariably win out in those duels. So I really want alternate attacks to play the slower game. It's the last round and a half, and if they can pull this one out, they have a decent chance in the second.
Ozark, that's a great opener on the play. He was very aggressive, completely away from his teammates, and that's the AWP dropped in a very crucial round for alternate attacks. 5 here would be a very different affair, and okay, sure. That's not how you're supposed to be able to get a kill, but SNX just runs up the B ramp in a smoke. I think there's a flashbang somewhere in there as well, but he is able to put it back to a 4 versus 4, and with that, the dust settles. And Rebels are looking to group towards the B-bomb site.
Util definitely whittling away here for both sides, but both have done well to hold on to some of it where they can. Shots to the smoke don't connect, so Pillar not completely cleared. Goody holding here, waiting for someone to cross into his sightline. He's kept his position unknown, but it is suspected. Bomb does get planted, allowing it to happen. Now the retake has to come through, and Goody, yes, he maintained that invisible stance, and it's 2 to come through. But Kisarek has been phenomenal throughout this game. Brings it back to the 2 versus 2. Olymp gets into the back line, and it's an 8-4 half for Rebels.
Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry out a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. My mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah. If you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go again. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose, sometimes it's to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up.
Making magic when they need it most.
A very impressive final round from Kisarek in that first half. A very impressive half altogether for Rebels and Kisarek in general. Alternate attacks, I really thought they had that. Lovely flash plays at the end there. The MP9's getting up close and personal, but Kisarek domes down 3. And with that, Rebels take 8. this pistol round could be very, very vital. If they win this, we might be seeing history repeat itself as we saw with the Para Viperio game.
Yeah, generally speaking, in MR12, 8-4 is like the minimum position you want to be on to be even remotely comfortable, right? So there's definitely a chance here for alternate attacks. That being said, their CT side was a little bit lackluster, so this T side is going to have to be absolute magic. And so far, 2 opening kills here for Rebels. What was that, Olymp?
Okay.
And there you go. That was nasty.
Yeah, bullets flying absolutely everywhere at many instances, none of them hitting anyone. I think many a reload came in there, but the fight started and ended towards middle. Rebels, that's a huge pistol round to take. On top of them winning it, they don't allow a bomb plant, and alternate attacks, they don't seem to care about that. They're going to buy straight back into it. Orzerker's dropped a AK for Goody. I highlighted him against Guild. He had an incredible performance. He's now 4-10. He's got the hero AK. If there's ever a round to show me something, this has to be the round.
Ooh. Well, MP9. MP9, what am I saying? Mag 10. Not Mag 10. What?
MP5.
Tech 9. I'm having a day, Freddy. I'm having a day. Guns are hard.
There's a gun that goes burr.
Bro, the only guns I know are Pal World guns at this point.
Huh?
Pal World?
Pal
Pokemon
World?
with guns? No?
Oh, that's a... what?
Where I was about to say, have you been living under a rock? And then I realized you've been sick for like 3 days. Anyway, this is the superior gun game, so we'll stick with this.
Yeah, this ain't no cartoon. This is the real thing. But yeah, getting back to normality. Still looking... Oh, panics. Okay, that was dirty. Okay, so great from the Tech 9, but these silenced weapons seem to be the main star of the show today. As even though the bomb does go down, Perks, he's in a fairly unwinnable 1 versus 4. That is a very nice first bullet shot onto play. There is a kit in play on SNX. He'll be looking for his 4th kill of the round, and Perks dodging bullets. He's got 23 HP. The bomb's being stuck with the kit, and that's double digits for Rebels.
I mean, the fact that the bomb even gets planted in the first place is impressive in and of itself. So, you know, we take the victories where we can get them. Unfortunately, it's not a round win, and alternate attacks really needed the pistol and the force. That had to go their way. And now with Rebels hitting double digits, yes, a little bit of damage done, so they'll be happy with that, happy with them being forced to reinvest, but it doesn't stop the AWP from coming into play here for Flay, who has been very good in some of these key moments. Not a high fragger, but an impact fragger.
Yeah, he definitely hasn't gone missing, I feel like, this game. He had some awkward moments getting aggressive with the AWP, and speaking about awkward moments, SNX goes leaping through the air like a salmon, however, a little bit ungracefully crashes to the ground as, you know, just goodies there.
He's great in third person.
Great in third person, but probably not too great for him, and for the first time in a while, actually not looking too great for Rebels. They are still leading by 6 rounds, and it most likely will be 5 after this, but that's quite an impressive and clean round, but I feel like Rebels got a little bit too over-eager.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, right? The thing that I praise them for on their T side, that hyper-aggression that, you know, alternate attacks just could not deal with, they take that a step too far here on their CT side. They push out, they're jumping around like crazy things, and they're getting absolutely punished for it. Now they've given over a decent cache of weaponry, one of which being the AWP, and Freeze will say thank you very much. And that's a round in alternate attacks back pocket. Can't write them off just yet. They can continue playing like that. We may yet have a map on our hands, but for now, it's still Rebels with a pretty sizable lead. Unfortunately, not a sizable bank balance.
No, it feels like no one really has any money right now, and it's a bit of an unknown. But for alternate attacks, what they do need to know is that they need to get a move on. They've got 5 rounds to go till they match Rebels, and we were speaking about the comeback with Viperio and Para. This one's a lot easier. Alternate attacks are initiating this one a lot earlier, and it's definitely a lot more plausible when you see a position like this. Instead of 5-12, you see 5-10. And especially when money for Rebels is in such a dire position, alternate attacks are going to mimic their opponent's T side by taking some control out of middle and try maybe take some of the longer range battles onto the Flays and Katies of an MP9 or an MP5 or MP5 and I hate guns. I hate words.
Welcome to my
5-7.
world. It's okay. It happens to the best of us, Freddy. Don't worry about it. I like this this passive play from alternate attacks, right? Nice little default here, but very passive, holding the line, waiting for a little bit of info, trying to bait out some of that util where they can as well. They know that they don't want to give over too much of an advantage if they don't have to. And now they can start to take a little bit of space in towards mid. Ooh. At least it does get traded out, but that's going to be a lot of information garnered that, hey guys, it's looking like B.
Yeah, and I'm going to be interested what the rotations can get with this, because Perk's in a great position. He settled himself with a very well-placed microphone towards middle, where he can not only listen out for players rotating around Red Room, but catch them off on Donut. That's exactly what he's done, and you can see they've completely changed the directive over towards A now because of that. Olymp is the only really first responder, but unfortunately, a very tactical smoke impedes him, and it's now going to be a 3 versus 2 post-plant position for alternate attacks.
Ooh, nice little pre-fire there. Forces him off of his position, but very quick to relocate again. They're actually attempting to push this case. He's going to be good for one. Knows the panics is there. Great swing. And now it's 2 versus 1. They do have a kit on board, but they need to find Perk. Somebody's got to defuse. Somebody has to hold the line. Perk swings out and he loses. How have they brought that back?
I'm in disbelief. I'm actually just astonished. That was actually a 4 versus 2. There was a player over towards K that got that got taken down, kind of just as Olymp was coming onto that A bomb side, and a tactical pause, not for alternate attacks, but for the Polish side, just to maybe let their opponents simmer in that for a second. I'm astonished. A 3 versus 2 couldn't have been played any poorly. Casey, I was maybe talking some smack towards my boy here because he hasn't had the greatest of days. But if there's ever a time to get a 3K, this is it. You mentioned Flay, consistent as ever. First bullet accuracy in that 2 versus 1. Rebels, that's 11. And that could just be the game. Folded, wrapped, done. Shipped away.
I'm still reeling at the fact that there's 2 in Donut. Casey gets the first. He's able to reposition. The AWP shot misses.
It's crazy.
And he follows it up.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And Perks. Oh, man. I mean, he has to peek that. He has to go for it. But he loses the battle. Well played from Rebels. The aggression once again coming back into their favor. But a nice little pause to come through here. Give a moment, slow it down, figure out next steps. On the precipice of map point, yeah, Olymp, the aggression again, but this time it works out. A great flash to allow him to get 2 kills, and now alternate attacks only have 3 players left in this round.
I think this could be done. This is the game over. I have no idea what we've been seeing from Rebels, but it's been almost like a masterclass. Like they had a great T side. Their CT side, that last round, I think it just kind of sums it all up for me. And Flay getting a very easy pick off here. Are they just going to repeat it again? What's Perks trying to achieve here? I feel like you surely just go back and join with your teammates. This is dire straits right here for alternate attacks. They're really just picking at whatever they can get, and
Oh no.
in a 2 versus 5, they need to win this to have any sort of salvation whatsoever.
That pre-fire missing is absolutely heartbreaking because now it allows the regroup. And it's SNX who will swing out, get the kill. And Perks, surely, I mean, he's got so little money. Surely he tries to save here. Surely he tries to have something into the very last round. But he's still battling this out. He's still throwing so much into this. And he will throw his life into it as well. Minimal cash left available for alternate attacks. Series point here for Rebels. this is looking so much more one-sided than I think either of us expected coming into it.
Didn't expect this. I didn't expect it to be one-sided, like, at all, to be honest. And I didn't expect it to be a one-sided affair in favor of Rebels. That was not something I anticipated. I know. Fair enough. You win this battle, Samantha. But I don't know what's happened to Alternate Attack. It's answered a lot of my questions, and they're just running blindly into the unknown. They run into the fray, and Olymp and Kissarax just clean them up. This answers all my questions for Alternate Attack. So I was wondering where I would place them coming into this year, and the fact they've only been able to scramble 5 rounds together on what used to be one of their best maps against a team that I would deem not as good as them. I think that basically shows where I think this German team is.
All right, Freddie, it's day 1 of their 2024 journey, and they have a brand new player that's been on their team for like a second. Let's rein that in a little bit.
He's been on for 2. Yeah, but like there's so many rosters that have made so many changes, and the change happened like before the end of last year. The transfer happened kind of like it says like, oh, it happened now, but like it's been a thing for a while, and I feel like this is just very meek. I guess maybe I'm getting a bit too brutal. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is like calling the game after the pistol and the force. Like, give them a little bit of, oh my goodness, really. Give them a bit of room to breathe going forward. They haven't given up just yet. I'm gonna try and push in towards this B site here. Oh, SNX survives. Molly out, forces the position back. Casey only good for 1, but his teammate is there to trade him back. Orzek, 1v3, I believe. I have faith. He's got this.
You believe? He's upgraded.
Never seen him lose these. Never seen him lose
15 seconds. Okay.
Never mind.
Never. Sorry, what a game from the individuals there. Like, Kissaract and Olymp had an absolute wonderful performance, and honestly, fair play to Rebels. That was a magnificent performance from them. And now they go 1-1. Both those teams will be 1-1 as they head onto their 3rd and final game of the day, I think it is here. And then there's 2 best of 1s tomorrow, and then it goes to the best of 3s. But honestly, fair play. I tip my hat to Rebels there.
Yeah, honestly, look, I came into this saying, oh, this is a team that I'm really familiar with, but I mean, that doesn't really mean too much. I knew some of the players. I knew that they'd had some decent results last year, but they definitely showed that Polish super team prowess here today. That being said, I think that Alternate Attacks, the biggest issue right now is that they look a little uncoordinated. And I think that given with a little bit of extra time, 100%, right? They've come into this with some decent changes. You were saying, changing out the IGL, that in and of itself is a massive change to try to fix your. I've recently become a coach myself, and we had to change IGLs, and I was like pulling my hair out. It is very, very stressful. So give them a little bit of a chance to get through their growing pains, and I think we'll see some big things from this team later on in the year.
Yeah, I think like the whole talking point for Alternate Attacks is that their whole world's changed. Like it's the AWPA and the IGL changing. Freeze is now the IGL, and they've brought in a rather like unexperienced player, but he showed that he can perform very well. Unfortunately, this was not the game that he did perform very well. But up next, our final game for the day, it is going to be Para versus Alternate. So no, it's going to be Para versus Guild Eagles. So we're going to be seeing Para that we saw this morning, and we haven't quite seen Guild Eagles yet on this stream, but do not go too far. I think we're going to be seeing that in about 45 minutes. Yep, in about 45 minutes, we'll have our final best of 1 of the day. So go grab a snack, go grab some water, and we'll see you very soon for that final best of 1.
it up. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. It's in our blood. It flows in the soul. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. This is our fate. We'll light the stage. Won't give it up. Won't give it up. Won't give it up.
Stones in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming
look divine. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight to be going.
Making magic when they need it most.
And welcome back to the final best of one of the day. We are here for the ESL Pro League Season 19 European Qualifier. It's the National Championship Qualifier. There is one place to go to, one of these lucky 6 teams. And so far, Guild Eagles are on a very good track to be claiming that. But as always, my name is Freddie Okumi Rana, and I'm joined by Sam or Nauri. I think I've nailed that again. But
Yes,
how
sir.
how are you enjoying the game so far today? And we can take a look at the standings while we talk about that.
Yeah, you know what? I think that it's been a pretty good day overall. Obviously, our first game was a little bit one-sided, or rather less one-sided. Our second game was the more
Yeah,
one-sided
yeah.
game. But yep, as the standings look at the moment, I'm sorry, Freddie, Viperio at an 0
You know
and 2,
what?
but
Don't bring it up. Don't bring it up, Sam.
oh, I'm sorry, head pats. However, Guild Eagles feeling very comfortable and confident at a 2-0 at the moment, undefeated so far today. But all of our teams do still have one more best of one ahead of them to kind of figure out exactly where the standings are going to look before we go into tomorrow, which of course will be the final day to try to nab a spot in playoffs. But it's still, you know, everything on the table here. We have the vast majority of our teams, 4 out of 6 teams, at a 1-1. So very early to call.
Yeah, you can see on screen there the kind of like all the games that we've seen so far today. The games that we've covered, we actually have already seen Para today play against Viperio, and we saw elements of Camion and Aaron really impressed. Like the IGL and like the entry fragger really impressed me. As statistically, they did impress as well. And I think today they're gonna have to, or sorry, in this game they're gonna have to reproduce some of those statistics, because they actually had a bit of a difficult time just in the game beforehand. So they did just play against Sampi, and I think overall that wasn't as of a potent matchup for the Paris squad. Like kind of highlighting Camion and Aaron, they both really struggled, especially Camion only able to get 8 kills across that whole game, whereas on the duality of that, Guild Eagles, who are the highest rated team coming into this tournament, are showing why.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this guild roster is going to perform. This is going to be actually my first time seeing kind of any of these players. So I'm really looking forward to just being
Really?
yeah. I am not as clued up with the like overarching tier 2 scene. I think it's because the grassroots scene in Counter-Strike is so broad and so massive that trying to follow everything has been a bit of a challenge for me. I'll admit it, I've slacked off. I haven't been as good as I should be, but it does give me these awesome moments where I get to now kind of discover, you know when somebody like discovers something for the first time and you're like, I'm really jealous because I don't get to do that for the first time again. I'm that person now, so I get to experience these players for the first time, and a team that is currently 2-0 in the standings. Get the popcorn ready, folks. I'm excited.
Yeah, well, I think we may as well just start talking about them first then. Guild Eagles, I guess what everyone kind of would know them as is Bad News Eagles. They were the unorged boys who could. They made major after major and just continuously were unorged. And coming into this year, like I think thankfully they finally have someone to represent. And like it's really cool to see a UK organization like Guild invest into them. And I think they've actually been having. They actually had a really good end to the year. That was from like they had a quite difficult, I think, last year. Not making it to the playoffs of the major, like a really crushing defeat, watching them play with their emotions on their sleeve and then seeing that emotion hit like the heights, and then all of a sudden down to the ground you see them like their emotions just drop. Like it's so crushing to see that happen to a team, but I think they picked themselves back up. They've got a really good coaching staff of Devil Walker as like the main coach, and then Crystal as the assistant coach. He has been around the block everyone like who's been a German fan will know of Crystal playing at majors, leading some very bizarre teams like the Penza squad in 2015 to a major, and then KJ, the Canadian analyst. They've got like a really supportive backdrop, and then on top of that, some of the heaviest hitters in like the whole of Europe. And they'll be looking to prove that. They kind of changed their system. I think Devil Walk was implementing a lot of let's not have just a plan A, let's have a plan A, B, C, D. And it took a while for that to work. It took a really long time. And it really, you could actively see the struggle very, very obviously. But I think now, especially with the break, it's definitely come full circle a lot more. And I think it's worked out for them now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just having a look at some of their like more recent results, and I mean, they have had some exceptional matches over the course of December, right? The only team that they've really lost to has been Aurora, famously known for their hair. I am such a big fan of that team just because of that. Just because of that. But I mean, yeah, they've had some really, really good results against some really good teams. Like, I'm looking at this and going, wow, really, really impressive. So I want to see what they're going to do today. And when you said Bad News Eagles, my brain like clicked into place. Like, oh yes, I have actually, like, I'd heard of the team, right? And I knew some of their accolades. I knew some of the stuff that they'd accomplished. So definitely starting to make a little bit more sense in my lizard brain. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to perform here. However, now realizing that, I take a look at Para and I know how well they performed earlier today. They did kind of let their foot off the accelerator a little bit, and Viperio almost mounted a massive comeback. But I'm not convinced that they're going to have enough firepower in them to really take it to a team like this Guild Eagles team. So I'm hoping that they keep it relatively close, and I think that's going to be one of the, you know, the things that they, or the best that they could hope for, is to try and keep it as close of an affair as possible.
Yeah, I think 100% what we saw earlier for Pero, what they did against Viperio, we cannot see that happen again. If anyone didn't know, Pero up 12-5 and allowed Viperio 5 rounds in a row to come back on, and then kind of clinched it away with like a full buy, but even then it didn't have the fullest of buys. You can't let that happen to Guild Eagles, and we saw his Hungarian squad perform well today. I really did think they would have beaten Sampi. I actually would have thought that this would have been a 2-2 game. Looking at especially how they played this morning and how Sampi struggled against alternate attacks, I would have thought it'd be a 2-0 game. And I think for Para, this is going to be their biggest competition. Guild Eagles are undoubtedly the best team in this group and in this tournament. I think if anyone looks at this from an outside perspective, they'd be looking at this being the team that makes it the Pro League. But before we get ahead of ourselves, we can take a look at the vetoes. And I don't know if it's an us thing. I don't know what's happening today, but Ancient just everywhere. Like, we've only seen Ancient today, and once again, it will be Ancient. Para, we saw them already win it this morning, and Bad News Eagles is a map they are more than happy to play as well. So I think this could be a very contestable affair, because Bad News Eagles Guild Eagles have already beaten Viperio and Rebels, both on Ancient. It's just been a day of Ancient. Everyone's been playing Ancient. You know, everyone's playing Ancient.
Yeah, that's it's pretty surprising, to be honest. I suppose people are bored of Inferno Mirage. Maybe Nuke is a little bit too frustrating, and you know what? I think everyone shares my sentiment that Vertigo can get launched into the sun. So, yeah, you know, Ancient it shall be, the ultimate decider. And our decider for today, in our very last best of one. We can't even say like it's a big decider of like, oh, two teams that are 2-0 and the winner here will get. No, it's just it's Guild Eagles all the way. But we'll see if they can make it that 3-0, or if they will get served up their first loss of the day.
Yeah, I think if Guild win this, they're 100% through to the group stage. But even if they don't win it,
I think so.
Like, is 2 wins actually enough in this format? Because like I think it's 3 secures, but I think 2 might like actually be enough, because it will probably or give or take. But I think for Para, they'd love to end the day with at least 2 wins. I don't think anyone's going to be upset if they end the day with 2 wins. But Guild, they could just secure playoffs right here with a win. And I think they've had a great day. They've played Ancient already twice. They've had pretty clean affairs on both of those games. If Para are able to fix up a little bit of their T side, that's where we saw them struggle a little bit against Viperio. If we're able to see Para just kind of like continue doing what they did on the City side and almost with consistency, like they did struggle with like the only reason they won against Viperio is because they won both pistol rounds and an eco round. They struggled in their gun rounds. If they're able to patch up that a little bit and use what they learned against Viperio in the very short time they've had to kind of go over things, then I think we could see at least a contestable affair, especially if DGL can initiate himself with the AWP. He was being super active and super mobile on that City side. It isn't reflected in the statistics, but if he's able to still be that dynamic and just all around the map, then I'm not counting them out.
I think dynamism is such an important note as well. It was something that I was kind of saying. I think I was saying it about Rebels in the last matchup, but it was like every round was a different strategy. You know, every round was a different sight hit. Every round was a different, you know, was it a default? Was it a full stack? Was it a split push? Like it was very different from round to round. And that really does give you such a massive advantage because, you know, making it difficult to be read. And then if you can play that with information starve as well, making it that much more difficult to read into your play, I think that can make a big difference here. But hopefully, you know, as you say, hopefully Para have had a moment. We were talking about it a little bit earlier on about how this is such a rapid fire 3 days back to back to try to get yourself into that EPL position. There's not a lot of time for discussion. There's not a lot of time for like figuring things out day to day. It's not like you play today, you play again in a week's time. You have to make those adaptations really quickly, essentially on the fly, and it has to be good enough to carry you through. So Para have played 2 games today already. They've probably spotted out 1 or 2 mistakes that they could clean up on, but how much time do you spend thinking about the mistakes you made, and how much time do you spend thinking about what needs to happen in the next game, thinking about your next opponent and how they play? A team like Guild Eagles that's going to have so much tape on them, you've got to believe that Para is at least somewhat prepared for it, but how much of a difference does that preparation make? It's a lot that goes into the lead up to tournaments like this.
Yeah, it's almost like an open qualifier, but at least you know your matchups ahead of time. It's like you can kind of gauge what you're playing. So it's like it is just best, like today and tomorrow is best of ones back to back. I think tomorrow 2 best of ones isn't the end of the world. But I guess, yeah, these guys have all had practice and open qualifiers recently. Guild Eagles have the luxury of already qualifying from the RMR because of the legend stage in because they got the legend stage in Paris, so they at least qualify. They don't have to go through that open RMR. Para are lucky enough to be one of the teams that did actually qualify through the open and closed qualifiers, so they're going to be meeting Guild Eagles in the RMRs. I don't know if they're in the same group. Yeah, they actually are in the same group in the RMRs. They're in Group B. But Guild also actually got through the open qualifiers, the IEM Chengdu. They did that like fairly cleanly, kind of sweeping everyone away. And I think that's a very impressive result. Those open qualifiers can be very dangerous and can actually be very difficult for some of these better teams to succeed in. But Guild have already had a great start to the year. I think qualifying for Pro League would just be the cherry on top. And it's definitely a sign that this roster does deserve. And I think looking at all these 6 teams, I'd place Guild as a team that I think on Thursday should be in that final best of 3 and should be winning it.
Yeah, I think based off of the little bit that we have been able to see today, obviously we haven't seen every single team, but we have seen quite a few of them. And based off of that and based off of, you know, Guild Eagles and their history as a team and what they've been able to accomplish already so far, I think it's a pretty safe bet that they'll come through definitely into playoffs and more than likely winning it out, which does leave some questions. I mean, they've already qualified, so does that then go to the second place, or how does that work? Just for the viewers at home, for the conference spot.
For Pro League?
Yeah.
Have Guild already qualified?
I believe that's what you said. Maybe I've just completely missed the boat.
No, they should be the team that qualifies.
Oh, okay. I just misunderstood what you said. Fair enough.
Sorry.
Either way, it'll be very exciting for them to have that opportunity and to play against more of the top teams. Like, again, looking at their history blew me away with some of these incredible powerhouse names that they were able to win matches against. So I think just based off of that, they're already in such a good position to take this all the way through to the end. And I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be competing. But yeah, we're going to be jumping into the game very, very shortly. Like we said, it is going to be ancient, and we've seen so much of that today already. Now, I know that, you know, for Para, one of their big issues had been kind of those rifle rounds. So I'm hoping to see a little bit more of a cleanup. Not an issue, okay. I need to just like, it's not that they're bad with rifles, but it was definitely a stronger performance when they had pistols. I still have that like first pistol round playing through in my head where they absolutely exploded. It was terrifying. So hopefully we get a little bit more of that same kind of powerhouse punch and in more of their rounds rather.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The Guild Eagles, they have never made it to a pro league. They actually lost last time in the National Champs qualifier to the core of Rebels. So they've already taken their revenge there against Rebels, and now let's see if they can end the day strong, going 3-0. The only team to go unbeaten so far. Will that continue? It's their third time on Ancient today. It's our third time on Ancient today. They're starting on the T side, Para on the CT side. It's already quick towards A.
Oh, Guild Eagles making a hard and fast hit here. A little bit of contention over in Donut, but Synopsy, beautiful little double dink for him there. That's going to open up the site. Nice and easy here. Aaron was phenomenal in our first game, but unfortunately it's GXX who's going to sit him down. 2 players left to try to mount this retake. Absolutely doable. Not anymore, as DGL will get a nice little dink there. And now possibly moving in towards the bomb. Gonna tap, try to bait out a peek. Nobody's peeking. He's gonna have to body block this. Great work from DGL to try and create a little bit of space there. But now there's no time left. No! What was that transfer? And then still not able to secure the round. That's heartbreaking for Para.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Yeah, MSN, that's an incredible 2 shots there. And a round that should have really never got into that way. So 3v5, with the bomb down, the bomb site in the grasp of the Eagles. They were looking to fly away with the round, and a nice attempted retake, but just no kits and a little bit of, like, a little bit too slow to the, to gain those kills. It was a great effort, but not the identical. It's like this morning when Para won both their pistol rounds, that was to their big benefit. It kind of saved them. Now they're gonna have to try and work this on the other hand.
With all the cash that they could possibly hope for. You know what? I respect the shotgun. No, I don't respect it.
I love the Nova. The Nova is such a good weapon.
We'll see if they potentially read into it. Hiding around the corner here, waiting for someone to peek in. Potential 3. No! Target-rich environment and just absolutely shut down as the smoke begins to fade. Gets a little too aggressive, and now... And that's all she wrote. Cammy and last one left alive. If you could get one, it would be nice, but it's not to be.
It's actually a good shutdown of the round from Guild there, because, like, realistically, MSM was never going to get more than one there. Like, there was going to be trades. He had no head armor. It's just quite handy that they didn't give him that extra $800 lost bonus, kind of like kill reward. But that's a good first 2 rounds for Guild. Do it very cleanly. Now we head on to their bonus round. They still have a Mac 10 on Regon. Let's go send him. Where if he might have a spawn. Okay, no, he's throwing the insta window. But this could be a great opportunity to pop towards A and just condition very early on to be scared of that part of the map.
Yeah. And with it being a bonus, I mean, I don't hate that they hold on to the Mac 10. A nice little bit of burst that could...
Oh, they missed their smoke.
Oh, that's unfortunate. And I mean, for now, like, look how past it. They're hard chilling. They're just hanging out, waiting, looking to get a little bit of information here. Synopsy potentially going to draw some rotates and maybe even get an opening kill. And once that's done, now Guild Eagles start to potentially make some moves. Smoke in towards mid. Start using some of that util. But nothing really to cover their cross. And DGL will take full advantage.
Yeah, he does eat a nade, but it does not matter because he's done a lot of damage in response. One flak throw finally brings him down to the grave and takes revenge onto his teammates, but it's a little bit too little too late. And a lumbered spear on the Camion will be his downfall. These grenades have hit their targets, but unfortunately, the utility apart from the HUs have actually been their downfall in this round.
Yeah.
Guild Eagles just basically ran through middle, going, come kill me, and Para did.
What I find crazy is that you've got Senna, like, chilling in spawn, lining up the smoke of his life, and I'm like, oh yeah, util team, let's go. And it's just a try push in towards mid, towards Donut, and completely punished for it. It was very strange. Hopefully we'll see something adapting into this one. Guild losing their bonus, unfortunately. They are going to buy into that AWP. High risk, potentially high reward, if he can make it sing and get some full value out of it.
And he just has this well. Aaron left on an iceberg, but a flashbang that he threw just before he died actually saves him. That's lovely. I thought Aaron was a dead man walking there. I thought that a lovely combination between GXX and the rifles was all they needed. But as soon as that opening kill does come in, the whole round comes tumbling down. Because in the meantime, DGL also is able to get 2 towards middle. So just like that, Scenari's all by himself, and Guild Eagles are going to be an eco.
Not a great round for Guild Eagles. Just an absolute rundown. And the worst part, you know, we spoke about the high risk, high reward of buying into that AWP, and unfortunately it was all of the risk and none of the reward. Now Scenari still gonna be able to get an extra one for himself, do a little bit of damage there as far as he can to try and get into this econ, but not able to stop Camion from recovering the AWP, so that's gonna be a free one handed on over to Para, and they'll say thank you kindly for that. They're putting off of the site. They would actually, do you know what? If Scenari gets one here, there's a world in which he gets bomb and he doesn't win the round, but at least there's a bit of extra cash here, but it's got to be relatively quick.
Yes, 100%. I think right now the aim of the game is to get the bomb down. He's made noise, so he's given away his position. A deep Molotov. Unfortunately, Cameo can fight in front of that, and even though the first shot was not a killing blow, the leg shot was enough for the sidearm to deal the blow. And Guild Eagles going to have to go on an eco. That bomb down wouldn't have given them a purchase, don't get me wrong. Like, it wouldn't have given them a buy, but it could have given them at least something to work with in this round, whereas now they've absolutely nothing, and it's a complete throwaway round. And Para have actually come back into this very nicely early doors after losing the pistol round.
Yeah, great recovery from them to start bringing things back. And to be fair, they had a pretty damn good CT side a little bit earlier today against Viperio, so shouldn't come as too much of a surprise that they're able to make this happen. Now, DGL is going to be posted up over towards that B site. Again, it's that solo anchor towards A. Para, again, playing this hard A retake, and damn if they don't make it work. Sure, it's an anti-eco, but you still love to see it.
Yeah, only losing one player, you know what, can't really complain. I think that was what we were saying. You mentioned the good T side from Para. That's where they definitely shone this morning into Viperio, and it was the T side towards the end that they really struggled with. Like, I think Guilds, they also had quite a difficult mid play there at the beginning. That was exactly what I was looking at for Para. They could just never break through middle, and MMS alongside Regan was doing very well to disrupt that. But right now, I'll be definitely looking to see what Guild can produce on this kind of next gun round, especially when they don't have loads of utility.
And what little they do have is, of course, going to get used pretty early on, trying to find some space in mid. And it's the same thing we saw before. The util gets thrown out, but there isn't much follow-up. They're pushing dry into mid. They're still good for 2, though. And they do have the advantage, and they make the smart call. They're going to back out. They're going to start heading over towards B, but Para have kind of read into this, or at the very least suspected that this could be the play. 2 players going to be holding the line here. DGL with that AWP, expecting a potential flank. This is good. They've got some really good angles covered here, but Aaron could be in some serious danger if they decide to 3-swing this. And oh, I thought he realized it was going to reposition, but no. Good for 1. Instantly traded out. Caught with util out. DGL will get a double.
Easiest double of his life. Like, there's no way they are ever going to expect DGL there. Like, you've got Aaron in such an aggressive position. I would be mad the fact that DGL's there. Like, Para had no information whatsoever in that whole round. You could tell that, like, Aaron had no idea where to look. DGL had no idea where to look. Poya was over in mid, like, red room. He was like, boys, they could be, like, anywhere, and I have no idea. And they just kind of gamble and hold their nerves very correctly. I think the whole idea was that Guild Eagles were maneuvering themselves over towards that B bomb site to join up with Synopsy, who had got an opening kill over onto Camion, but unfortunately he'd aggressed a little bit too far and died to DJL. DGL had not rotated away. He stayed there and won them the round. That was really nice from Para, and I think they did very well to hold their nerves, even though they had literally zero info on what was happening.
think the major frustration there, if you're Para, is the fact that GXX, he does swing out trying to trade it and still dies. But speaking of, Synopsy is going to get a nice
fair
little kill
play.
for himself. Yeah, just a little bit of spam through the smoke, you know, cheeky with it, but he makes it work. Might be all they're going to be good for, however, as, yep, it's just, okay, casual 4K from MSN, why not?
He does like that whole round was nice. Synopsy gets the kill towards middle, doesn't really allow the third rotation towards the B-bomb site. You have one player trapped on that B-bomb site and one player in cave. Fair enough, Aaron kills Synopsy. That's expected. MSN getting 4? Like, really? Like, really? Are you not going to even trade him? I know you've got Tech 9s. I know you have no head armor, but really? I don't think he even dealt any damage. So Guild Eagles, I'm not gonna lie, I'm really like, I need to see something fast. It's still very early doors, yes, but this could be a big momentum round for Para.
This, you know what, Freddie, I think you might be cursed.
DGL, man.
Every team that you have hyped up today has just not done well.
To be fair, Viperia was pure copium.
That's fair, that's fair. Well, so far, it's looking like Guild might be. Even though on paper they should absolutely be dominating here. As you say, still very early on. However, with GXX going down so early in this round, great value there from DGL, who, might I just point out, is having a phenomenal start to this map. It's absolutely nasty.
Yeah, he's like, I was saying he was statistically quite there for Viperia, but he was still very impactful with all his dynamism, and he was everywhere on the map. He's doing both this game. He's everywhere, and he's also statistically proving himself. Once again, just like unrelenting aggression. We've seen Aaron push into this little cubby here, deep into the enemy lines multiple times. He's done it again, and this time he's not only going to get one, he's going to get two. One flat show, yes, is in quite a nice position in cave, but he's about to be he's about to be the last person alive, and Para have just decimated one by one, picked apart their opponents, and they're going to do it flawlessly.
Good
Also,
grief.
I do want to reiterate, I don't think there should be a stomp for Guild. I haven't talked down Para. I really like their team. I don't think it should be a stomp, but Guild definitely shouldn't be like on the back burner, especially after winning pistol round.
Yeah, this is definitely not a great look for Guild on the whole. You definitely would have expected a little bit more out of them here. We'll give it a moment. And a moment is literally all they can afford.
I think one more gun round, so I'm a bit like, ooh. Because they haven't won a gun round yet.
Yep.
They've only won pistol and eco.
And there's only 4 rounds left in this half. And you know, each of them becomes crucial to have any sort of an attempt at a second half. But so far, okay, good for one. And will get themselves a free gun. So, okay, Deagle's going ham.
What just happened there? Sorry, these Deagles
Another
are
one?
singing. These Deagles have no right in what they're about to do, and they've just broken onto this bomb site. They've got the advantage. DGL and Camion have no idea what's gone wrong, but this round is still not over yet. 2 versus 2. Camion coming up from ramp, DGL from short, and both these players are boxed onto this bomb site, but their heads are being rocked. And Guild, they're flying. They're singing the sweet song of death. And one by one, they're plucking down their opponents.
And DGL's just going to have to hold on to the AWP.
What a round. I was thinking at the very beginning, I was like, Aaron gets flashed in, and he gets the first and hangs around for a little too long. Like, he gets the first and then holds a spray unnecessarily, and I was like, sure, look, they've still got a 4 versus 3. Apparently, what a round.
Yeah, I mean, that round had no right going the way that it did. The fact that the Deagles one-tapped so deliciously the way that they did, at least one of them being just through a smoke, hoping to find its target, and doing so. Sure, Guild Eagles gonna be happy with that one. Come back into this round with a full buy. The AWP being forced into as well. Glass cannon for GXX. Para unrelenting. And still on their util game. Okay, nice little trade there.
Technically, Guild have not won a gun round yet.
Actually, true, yes.
Yeah, and it's still kind of keeping on that theme. Like, these deagle shots are not, you can't fall back on that. And even though that was a great round, they had to build on to it. And so far, they haven't. They're going to be walking straight into DGL, Battle of the Orbs, but this time, GXX will come out victorious. And now MSN in a little bit of a sticky position.
Oh man, and the B side is absolutely overrun, and yet MSN, despite the difficult position, what? Beautiful 180 headshot to get that very last kill of the round. MSN is someone that you do not underestimate. That is the second time, at least, on that B side that he has gotten a multi-frag to clutch, maybe not clutch, but to clinch the round for his team, and in a way that he absolutely should not have done. This has definitely been a game of that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, no, but like we saw today like great anchors from the likes of Regan against Pera, and right now MSN, I feel like whenever he's been tested, he has succeeded. We've got 2 rounds left in the half, and Pera, they could be looking at a 9-3 half. We did say they struggled on their T side, so we cannot take that away, and we need to remember that they did let a lead slip and almost was their downfall this morning. But right now, Guilds, they have, what, 3 flashbangs, a smoke, a molly, and a nade at 1 minute 20. They have no map control, and the only control they have is cave. And they have no real way to garner any map control. They have to try fight and break open this B bomb site with those Molotovs and with a spam like that.
There's a nice little molly there to try and force Aaron off of his spot, but unfortunately not quite deep enough. He's still able to hold. He's still able to assist the rest of the team. Poria doing as much as he can. A double kill for him, but traded out very, very quickly. 2 players left to hold it down. Bomb hasn't made its way in towards site yet, but Scenarii is very deep in towards B site. Should still be very much doable. And of course, the flank from Synopsy, once that activates. Oh, DGL Spidey sense is tingling. Synopsy tucks just in time, and that's DGL off the board.
Okay, that was almost ridiculous. DGL almost had the read, but Synopsy played that like actually to perfection. And I was saying, like, I actually thought that Guild might have gone straight towards the A bomb site, but I guess they didn't actually have the information that both players were towards B there, so they were just slowing it down. Foot on the brake, you know, taking off the accelerator for a moment, and it works out perfectly. It gets a little bit spicy, however, it all works out in the end. Because if DGL had actually killed Synopsy there, ooh, that would have been very scary. It would have been a 2 versus 2, and Guild would have definitely been thrown into a state of just bewilderment. However, we can't think of it in that way. We can think of it in Guild clamoring back, potentially a 7-5 half, which all things considered would be phenomenal for them.
Yeah, I think 7-5 would be a fantastic springboard for a second half. Definitely has a lot more wiggle room to it, particularly in this the MR12 format. Look at this absolute util spam from Pera, followed up by a beautiful little kill onto Porio, but the util will be returned. The fire will come back in their direction as GX is going to get one. But Poria just left completely unchecked. Backside, backed up by Aaron. Scenarii, last player left alive, and the hopes and dreams of a 7-5 half slowly trickling away. Luckily, Scenarii still does have control of the bomb. He can start to rotate, and Pera have not clocked onto it just yet.
I like how they're staying together. However, because they're staying together, it has allowed for this. You're exactly right. Scenarii has all the time in the world. Bomb's gonna get planted, he can reposition freely, and he seems to understand this. Deep in towards Temple he'll go. Oh, he catch them off guard. That's the first. DGL, though, with the immaculate trade. There was a world, there was a vision, but unfortunately, DGL ends the half very strongly, and Pera ended 8-4. Identical to what they did against Viperia this morning. This time, can they close it out a little bit easier? We'll find out after the break.
Making magic when they need it most.
Well, it's another 8-4 half here on Ancient, this time, actually for the second time, in favor of Para Esports. Exactly what it looked like in our first matchup. Guild Eagles did not have the start that they were expecting, the start that we were expecting, but they do get themselves that all-important 4th round in that first half. So with a little bit of a buffer, a little bit of room to breathe, let's see if they can turn things back around in their favor. And of course, it all starts here with the pistol.
Yeah, I guess the worry is just the fact they won one rifle round. They won pistol, eco, and a lucky deagle forced by round. So now, back on the pistol, this seems to be their territory. However, they're being played with over towards the A bomb site, and it's all a ruse. One Flatro, he's had a very rough performance so far after having such a good day, and that rough performance here on Ancient will continue. Now, Regon comes in to try and save the day, but Camion double ding to the head just leaves GXX and Synopsy trying to run down from short and long. The HP's been peppered away. Bombs being planted, and Aaron, the IGL, steps up when necessary.
Oh man, that was looking like a Guild Eagles round through and through. And unfortunately, not to be the case. Para, a nice little opening round for them here again. We said it earlier, they looked really good on their pistols. And they're just doing the exact same thing here. They did lose the first pistol, but winning the second pistol, taking them up to 9 rounds, giving them a massive advantage in the second round here in this anti-eco. Staring down the barrel of double digits. Guild Eagles floundering.
That was a very unideal situation. The fact that they even actually got that opening kill towards A, like, yeah, the ruse kind of did sell them a little bit, but they got that opener. They got it quite cleanly, and it didn't seem like a worry, but the B bomb site just got clotheslined so quickly. Like, one Flatro didn't even have a second. He just died. And he's someone that didn't quite get a second to highlight. Not only today has he been a really star performer for the Guild Eagles side. I think he has a 1.56 rating so far across the 2 best of ones he's had, but he also is their talisman. Like, he is their guy. He is the person you drop a hero AK with and he runs up middle and gets 4 kills. Like, that's what he does. And he is right now sitting on a swell 5-12, and not to single him out, no one's really having that great of a game. No one's having consistency, and this needs to change as Para are entering double digits 3 rounds away from giving Guild Eagles their first defeat.
Well, they played hard retake B with the gamble stack over towards A. And well, unfortunately for them, the push was in fact on B. I think part of them probably expected that. And now I'm unsure. What are they saving here exactly? Just denying money, I guess?
Yeah, so the idea is like, the idea definitely right now, I can imagine, is that they've got SMGs up. I guess, like, unfortunately for them, they actually didn't. So they didn't, like, they probably could have hunted, but the whole point is they're like, okay, let's not go and hunt them. Let's not go and like, try to give them that extra $600 kills, and let's just take into the next round and not give them unnecessary money.
Yeah. It's a fair strategy, again, if they had something like an MP9 or whatever, but it was full.
Like, they didn't know.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if they did know, that would have been a little sus. But no, obviously, you're never 100% sure what's going to happen. So I respect the idea behind it. And now we move into the next. They did give away that 10th round completely for free. Jeez, man, the predicted smoke spray to get that opener onto Guild Eagles. And Synopsy still able to get one blinded, but is going to get traded out. So numbers advantage still in favor of Para.
Yeah, that was really impressive that Synopsy was able to at least get one, but the trade is so imminent, and all over the map, Para are just vanquishing their foes left, right, and center. This is definitely taking down. This is taking down the Goliath right here. Soneri is the only person that can even make a change, and that is a good step in the right direction. 50 HP off is not ideal, and unfortunately, the fact they did take some HP just turns this A1S into an AK. 1 bullet to the head is all DGL needed, and Regon 5-11. A 1 versus 3. very mandatory, and I think he's been spotted. MSN seems to have seen him, but no, Regon still gets the better of him. And now a 1 versus 2 where one player has 1 HP. This is winnable.
He's gonna have to be so smart about this. DGL crosses without being spotted. Regon can hear sound cues. He knows where DGL is potentially going to be able to sneak up behind him as DGL is trying to make a little bit of noise. Oh, don't scare me, bro. That's it. 1 versus 1. Bomb just being planted. And there isn't 100% certainty on where Regon is going to be coming from here. And of course, he doesn't have 100% certainty on where Camion is going to be. Down to the wire, no kit in hand. So this is going to have to be quick.
Yeah, as soon as he makes a lick of noise, that gives Camion instantly the advantage. And Camion also has a little bit of util to play with. Regon's going to try to use his as smoke, and Camion also is none the wiser with his kit. So as he's spraying the smoke, Regon swings in. Does he have time, though? It's going to be to the wire. A 10-second defuse. I have no idea. This will be a 1v3 for the ages.
He's got
Does he
it.
Get it? Yes.
Oh.
Just about in the nick of time. And Regon giving his team another breath of life.
Unreal clutch from him there. Plays that so smart. And the fact that DGL goes stomping through mid definitely plays a part in that. And there was a moment there when DGL turned around. I thought that was it. Round over. But the trigger discipline doesn't extend that far. And finally, Guild Eagles will get themselves another round here. And they're first in this half, slowly trying to stem the tide. And they have done a lot of economic damage to Para here. So if they can somehow clutch out this round, that's going to put them in a really good spot for a potential comeback.
And we've seen how potent these comebacks can be against Pera in particular. But look at this. Regon's like, guys, they're on the B bomb side because they've got double in cave. Aaron has to anticipate this, though, and the rest of the squad need to understand that cave has been where the majority of Guild Eagles reside. However, with a really nice rotation from GXX, he catches Aaron, who was moving towards long. And with that, the whole of that B execute fumbles as soon as they get that opening frag.
Yeah, Regon kind of scared me a bit there. One of the comments we had about Para was impatience. And it felt like Guild Eagles were showing a little bit of that themselves. You know, Regon peeking out, spotting a player, losing his life there so early on. Numbers advantage over, and it looks like that could be the end of that round. But thankfully, Guild Eagles are able to stabilize. And yes, economic damage done to Para is now at an absolute maximum, as Para are going to be forced back down onto pistols and will have to try and recoup for the next round, giving Guild Eagles the opportunity to get themselves to 7.
And it seems like this should be the perfect opportunity to do so. Yeah, they only go 1 for 1, but a nade just gets thrown into the cycle. Scenario, lovely Kobe. And, oh, a knife kill!
Oh,
yes, sir,
cheeky.
GXX. Okay, they may not be winning, but they're winning in the mental game in my eyes.
Yeah, cheeky little knife there. Now we just need the Zeus, and we're good to go. I always feel like
Lovely,
that's... Yeah, it's a
A
little bit
Zeus
of
on
a...
a Zeus on this map is one of the most like realistic things. Get a Zeus close cave at the CT side. Like if someone comes walking in, it's actually not too hard to get a Zeus there.
Yeah, unfortunately,
It's
it's
a
not
big round in my eyes.
Yeah. Well, immediately again, a huge bit of util flush very, very early on, but Para, realizing that that's likely to be the case, for the most part, they hang back. They allow that util to come through. And now they've chipped away at quite a bit of it and have taken no damage in the interim. This is a smart play from them, and they're going for a more default-heavy position here. Guild now gonna play safe, play passive. Wait to see if Para give themselves away.
Oh, that's a great opener. One flat throw, drops a Molotov to defend his entrance, and it gives him so much space to spam, and that's a perfect open. However, Poya over on the A bomb site will give his team an even better one. In the meantime, Pera, they're surging out from middle. That's a kill on A and Donut, so the whole of that part of the map is completely being sectioned away, and Scenario and GXX have they have no idea where to go, but even still, it's a 2 versus 2. And now speaking about have no idea where to go, MSN's got the bomb in T-spawn, and he's like, where do I go? But wait, no! I was going to say he's going to catch a lovely time on Scenari, but finally he does. He almost misses out. And now they understand that the A-bomb site is open for their taking, but they've also heard GXX. Nope, okay, back towards B we go.
There's a bit of a roller coaster here, but it's Poirier getting in behind DGL.
Nice. Oh,
Not DGL,
revenge could have been there.
GXX. It could have been, but I think that was the safer play. We have seen some very, very cheeky 180s so far in this game, so rather play the safe bet, secure yourself the round. Pera are going to be very, very happy with that one. As soon as they get guns again, they mount an incredible round. Sure, they do lose a little bit in the process, but one step closer to winning the map and stamping a victory over Guild Eagles, whose money now is... I mean, despite winning quite a few rounds, it's been kept so close, they still have not built up a decent buffer. So it's a force, and it's not a great force.
No, it's far from ideal. I think that last round had to go in their favor, and it seemed like it would on a few occasions. But now even look at this, like Utility's not looking too, well, the HP's not looking too great. Scenari does get lucky that Poya missed one of his HEs, because I think he could have been in a spot of bother if that was the case. And Guild Eagles have no idea where to go. They have really no map control, and they're being toyed with everywhere. They're having to rotate away from the B bomb side to make sure they have covers in towards middle. See, Camion's got great aggression in towards middle, but in the end, it seems like this B bomb site will be where they attack. And DGL, this could have been the opener, but he whiffs his line. MSN will not, and now it all lays into hands of one flat throw tucked away. Will MSN clear him? He has to go huge, but unfortunately, Aaron surges his way out of cave, and the MAC-10 goes burr.
Oh man, that map control really is such an issue in this round. Guild Eagles give so much space over, and they allow Pera to rotate all the way basically into their back line, just about. Sure, the lurk does get caught in top mid, so you'll be happy with that one at the very least, but ultimately doesn't make a huge difference. 12 rounds on board here for Pera, 4 players surviving. Aaron will, there you go, very easily be able to upgrade from the MAC-10 to an actual rifle. Guild Eagles, they'll have a little bit of money in the next round, but not much. Forcing into this one, it was risky, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to pay off. They're going to need another magical pistol round like we saw in the previous half. Otherwise, that's it.
It was basically do or die, I feel like, in that previous round, and now we place ourselves in a, yeah, as you said, a very awkward position. I don't even know that last round was just so awkward. There was so many moving pieces for Guild Eagles. There was 4 players on that B bomb site at one time, and then like everyone just kind of ran away. There was no sort of teamwork or cohesion. Like, you know, one person takes that duel, and then the next person takes that duel, and then the next person takes that duel, and there was no sense of like, okay, you're gonna bait in for me or whatnot. And yeah, that like. Really unfortunate, and then a MAC-10 getting a double entry onto one player. It's not even looking at him. Aaron is like, he's had a great day so far. I feel like he's playing very well as the IGL, and now they have 5 opportunities to close us out. Guild Eagles, they were yet to lose so far in this European Pro League National Championship qualifier for Europe, but this could be their first loss in the group stage, best of 1 stage.
Tight spot to be in. But this time around, they're not going to let that map control issue be an issue again. A little bit of chip damage taken, but hopefully it will be worth it as the first kill comes through, is traded out, but Synopsy is there for the swing. The player advantage is in favor of Guild Eagles here. We've seen what they can do with pistols. MP9 good for 1, but not for the double, as MSN will trade it out somehow. With such a janky bite. No, it doesn't check the corner. 2 versus 2, and it's just pistols. We know what Guild Eagles can do with a deagle. Can they make it happen here? They're in such a disadvantageous position.
The timing. The timing. Oh, it's his favorite scenario so much. MSN drops the bomb, and that's an AK put into the hands. DGL 1 versus 2. This round should have been done and dusted. Synopsy was on a godlike lurk and then just doesn't check his close right corner. Gives DGL that freebie, but then the timing once again evades. And with the bomb down, DGL. The issue is he takes one shot here and the next person swings, but no! What is that from Scenery? Oh, he almost gave the game away. Swings just completely unnecessarily and almost gives DGL enough time to recalibrate onto Regon, but we take a big, deep breath and Guild Eagles are still in it.
Oh, hanging on by an absolute thread. And the good news for them is that once again, Paris economy is an absolute shambles. So they do have the advantage.
Yeah.
I am not the biggest fan of the match point tack pause, but if the Guild Eagles can ride that through to an overtime, I will concede. As now the Tech 9 rush activates, but unfortunately gonna get absolutely mowed down with only 2 players left to make something happen. Okay, shots will ring through. MSN has been a phenomenal player, but it's Synopsy to close it out with the final 2, and that's going to be Guild taking a 9th.
Yeah, very poor flashbangs there from Pera. I saw a flash being thrown, and I have no idea what happened to it because no one was blind on that bomb site. I feel like if they delayed that push by like a second, and if they were able to have that cohesion to get the chain flashbangs and to be able to enter onto that bomb site with the smoke on that right side, which they've been using, that could have been an actual dominant round. But instead, that wasn't the case, and they are buying 1900 from 2K. Not the most ideal position to be in. Like, they don't have the greatest of utility weapons. I feel like this is very unnecessarily expending too much cash in the last round, and this does actually give Guild Eagles a footing into this. GXS is on the AWP, DGL not able to acquire his own big green, and with good mid control, what can they do with this? But a great flashbang, Synopsy, can he do anything with it? No.
I will say this is very similar to the round that they ended up beating Viperio on. So maybe they can make the miracle happen as the first shot rings through onto Synopsy, who was the clincher in the previous round, taking him off the board entirely. Now GXX has information of at least 2 players. Molly does not connect, so he's in a great spot to get the trade-off onto Aaron. That's going to force the rotation through, but they've posted up Kaiman. He's in such a good spot to catch rotations. They are watching for him. Look at all the space.
Oh, no!
No! Oh! He still gets the kill, but he's traded.
He shouldn't have been traded there. Like, he should have had the ability to get both kills there, but because he kind of whiffs his line a little bit, that's going to be his downfall. But Camion comes in, saves the day, hold the spray, but no, not for the third. However, I think it's most certainly enough. Regon, he saved his team once before. Can he do it again? Spotted out, swings in, and DGL puts him into dust. Pera take down Goliath, and Pera go 2-1 going into the next day.
What a round, and truly a game of that shouldn't have happened. There were so many moments where we were just like, how? Why? Where? What? But you've got to hand it to Pera, right? They came off the loss against Viperio, and they stepped, the loss in their second game, and they really stepped it up, right? Get back into that mental, get back into the rhythm of things, and they hand Guild Eagles their first loss of the tournament so far. It's going to put both teams at a 2-1. Both teams still very much in contention for playoffs, but I mean, if nothing else, that was a ton of fun to watch.
Yeah, I think as I was saying at the very beginning, I anticipated this to be a 2-0 game. Like, especially from what I saw against from Pera this morning, I thought they would bring that forward against Sampi. I didn't think that Sampi would beat them. So I was prepared to say, like, okay, whoever wins this is the team that goes 3-0. But no, this is incredibly exciting that we now enter the second day where no team is like distinctively above the rest. Like, every team is on very level playing grounds, and I think looking at the games that are going on right now, Sampi is decimating Rebels. That's quite a big result. And Viperio versus Alternate Attacks are decimating the UK team. So it seems like Viperio might be our first 0-3 team, and that could actually also mean that they are done out of this out of this qualifier potentially?
Well, you know what? They still have a chance, right? 3 could still get them in if they. No, wait, no, because it's only 2 games tomorrow.
Two
Yeah,
games tomorrow.
that could be it, done and dusted. Sorry, I know you were really excited for them, but who knows? We'll give it another day and see how the games. And to be fair, their game right now isn't concluded just yet. Get your. You know what? Put your copium mask back on. You were big on that one for our first couple of games today, so maybe it'll help you through for this one. But that's going to be us closing things out for the day. I'm not sure if we have a standings graphic or something, or we. No? All right. So we're just going to close it out. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. We'll be live again tomorrow. Same time, same place, same beautiful faces on your screen. I used the wrong side. But anyway, new games, new matches, and all new stakes. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get out now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you back out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out. Stand